I would now like to call the April 28th, 2026 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel or longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 or 880. Can we begin with a roll call, please?
Mayor Hidalgo-Faring.
Present.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Present.
Councilmember Marcy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Present.
Councilmember Popkin.
Here.
Councilmember Prieto.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Great, let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with Council's rules of procedures, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the City of Longmont may speak during first call public invited to be heard. You must provide your address at the sign-up sheet before the meeting, or I will not call your name. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item, and you are asked to add your name to the speaker list for that specific item before the meeting. Anyone may speak during final call public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, and other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. We are now on to approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the April 14th, 2026 regular session minutes?
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Any discussion or questions? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. And so now we are on to agenda revisions and submission of documents and motions to direct city manager to add agenda items to future agenda. So are there any agenda revisions, Crystal?
No, Mayor.
Okay, great. And are there any motions from council for future agenda items? Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have a two-part motion here, or two motions that, if you don't mind, with a little grace, I would like to introduce together and then, or contextualize together and then offer each motion separately for the purposes of clarity on our voting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I think myself, I've heard a lot of feedback from residents and concerns and questions from residents on the topic of data centers in our community, or just in general across the country. And I've been following a lot of different approaches that communities have started to take to either restrict, add moratoriums, contextualize like different use standards, or just approve directly and welcome. And so different communities are taking different approaches. There's also legislation at the state level looking at how to regulate this as well, but it will inevitably not consider the fact that we run our own electric utility, our own broadband utility, and our own water utilities. So the purpose of these motions is to protect, from my perspective, the city's utilities and our infrastructure, our ratepayers, and our natural resources by establishing limits on new data centers and related computing facilities whose resource demand is of a scale beyond what we can sustainably and responsibly manage. So I will go ahead and make the first motion now, and then I'll add a little bit more context after that, if you'll indulge.
Sure.
So motion one is a motion to direct the city manager to draft an ordinance to ban hyperscale data center facilities as an allowable land use in Longmont, defining hyperscale facilities as a facility or data center that has a projected or contracted peak electrical demand of 100 megawatts or greater, whether at an initial operation or through phased load expansion, meaning that if you stack multiple things together and it adds up beyond that and it's part of the same facility, that would count too. So that's motion number one.
Second.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Popkin and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Do we have any discussion or questions on this motion? Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Popkin. Really appreciate the spirit of this, and it is timely because we're also talking about this is a national news and local news, so I appreciate you bringing this and looking forward to seeing more information from the city. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, to add a little bit more to what I was saying before. So communities across the U.S. that are struggling to manage rapid development and growth of data centers and these related computing facilities, the electrical demand can often be comparable to that of small cities in of itself. And so this presents a non-incremental impact to our community and our utilities, our electric grid, our resilience as a community and our environment. And I don't think that existing zoning, land use, building codes sufficiently address the facilities whose primary impacts actually arise from the electrical load rather than the land use itself. What I've come to learn and realize is that data centers exist on a massive spectrum. We have small data centers in Longmont already. They've been supporting our existing industries in biotech and economic space for a while. This is not targeted at those types of facilities. This is looking at the very large, massive facilities, the hyperscale facilities that you're seeing from massive computing companies and other industry. The issues that communities are facing are not only electrical and grid planning. They are related to energy and water consumption. They're related to ratepayer impacts and how customers are impacted by that. They're impacted by water use and other surrounding community impacts, noise, lighting, other things like that. I want us to get ahead of that. I don't want us to be reactive to it. While we have managed our energy, fiber, and water consumption responsibly to handle incremental growth, hyperscale data center facilities pose a disproportionate impact and meaningful risk to our long-term resource management. And I'd rather us, again, get ahead of that rather than be reactive to that. So I think restrictions on an upper limit are absolutely necessary. The second motion I will present after this, and presuming, well, regardless of whether council supports this one, the second motion I will introduce is related to smaller scale facilities and use specific standards so that we can make sure that those are still aligned with our goals.
Okay. And do we have any comments or questions on this particular motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason why I seconded this is because I think it's so important, and when we were in Washington at the National League of Cities conference and had a congressional luncheon, I asked this question of one of the representatives, Representative Gabe Evans, about this, the issue of how much water consumption and electricity that these data centers were taking up. And his flippant answer was about the water consumption was that they could be air cooled now. So my puzzlement to his, quick response there was, then why don't you go ahead and create a legislation that actually fixes this? And that was not part of the conversation. So I think we're on the right track to making sure that that is part of the conversation.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Prieto.
Councilmember Popkin.
I respond to both.
Have you spoke with staff to understand a little bit about their capacity to work on this? I know in the past we've had conversations around current projects, what their capacity is, and then do you have a time frame in which you're expecting this back?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So I did talk to our city manager. I talked to who got feedback on this from multiple staff members in the process of kind of developing this approach. Longmont manages our distribution grid, and PRPA, the Platte River Power Authority, manages our supply side of power in terms of the electricity that comes to Longmont that we then distribute to customers, residential, commercial, and industrial. And so I talked to staff to understand, if this was going to complicate some of, our grid planning approaches and our management of that. My understanding is that's not the case. This would actually, complement the work that we're doing. I guess a question maybe for Harold, our city manager. We're probably not at the face of receiving requests from companies that want to build data centers, but is this something that staff is trying to figure out how to navigate right now?
Yeah, I think it is, because we occasionally do hear from companies, and in many cases we're having to say, no, we don't have the capacity for this, or we can't manage it based on the information. So it is something that we're thinking about in terms of reducing workload by clearly defining what we're willing and not willing to do
Yeah.
to save us time in terms of where we actually spend time within those operating departments.
Thank you, Harold. Yeah, Councilmember Prieto, when I think about resource efficiency, I am absolutely thinking about our staff too. And frankly, I think that creating a clear delineation of what we do and don't want, at least at the upper limits there, and then more on a specific standard basis next, I think actually will help provide that level of market clarity. So that's my goal from this. And, you know, this is a rapid field of technological change and advancement right now. I think the state is still struggling to figure out what they're going to do. And I think Councilmember Marsing follows what's happening at the state legislative level better than I do. But I don't know what is, you know, most likely to pass, if anything, this session. And frankly, I think we have a more specific situation, given the utilities that we manage, that I don't really want to wait and see. So that's where I am on this one.
Okay, great, thank you. And I appreciate you bringing this forward. You know, I think it is a proactive approach. I did have that. I asked that very same question of staff, and you know, looking at any measure that we move forward in, or any ordinance that we look to augment, we need to make sure that it works in complementary and that it supports staff moving forward. And I see that within this particular ordinance.
So I guess, Mayor, the one last thing I would just add is I would love to see this motion move, because it's not developing you specific standards and getting community input on like what those standards should be. I'd love to see this one move pretty fast.
Yeah.
I'd love to say, you know what, this is what we don't want. And then when we figure out what we do want, we start to build that together.
We have those guardrails
Exactly.
in place. Absolutely. Okay, Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for you, Councilmember Popkin, because you're the expert in the space generally. When we talk about 100 megawatts of data center usage, those are large-scale data centers that we're talking about. Those are the ones that are considered, you know, hyperscale facilities that I think a lot of us, myself included, have heard about in the news that have real community impacts. To be clear, your motion and the ordinance that would result from it is essentially considering that not an allowed use and essentially banning those within the city of Longmont, but not necessarily data centers that are smaller than that. Correct?
Go ahead and respond.
Yes. So in short, data centers come in all shapes and sizes.
Yes.
And they serve very different purposes. Data centers are used for critical infrastructure and emergency management, as much as they're used for industrial innovation too. And they're used at very different types of technology. And so the 100 megawatt plus hyperscale facilities, and you know, I'd welcome staff's input if 100 megawatts is the exact right threshold we'll be aiming for. But just to give you and the community a little context, Platte River Power Authority's kind of baseload, like nameplate capacity in its system is 1,400 megawatts. So that would be 1/14th. If a facility was 100 megawatts or larger, that would be 1/14th of what Platte River Power Authority serves for all 4 communities, including Longmont, Loveland, Fort Collins, and Estes Park. And so we have the capabilities of handling facilities that are, in general, not just data centers, that are large loads in our system, because we've set up our system that way. But certain loads really push the upper bounds of what's really capable and what falls on the backs of ratepayers at the end of the day.
And why 100 megawatts for you specifically? Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, I was looking around what other cities had started to look at from a moratorium standpoint or restriction standpoint, and while not a ton have passed explicit restrictions yet at that threshold, that's kind of where they're defining that large hyperscale load on average. Again, either a single facility or additive if you had a phase load expansion.
Okay, great. Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Yeah, so I'm just reading it. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that carries unanimously. And Councilmember Popkin, the second motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, fellow council members. So the second motion is a little bit more of a scalpel approach to this. So this motion is to direct the city manager to draft an ordinance to amend Title 15 of the Longmont Land Development Code to create use-specific standards for smaller light industrial data center facilities. As I mentioned before, we already have those types of facilities in Longmont, and they're serving the regional economy, they're serving our industrial clusters and economic competitiveness, and they can work at a certain level with our existing grid to complement the goals that we have in terms of sustainability and resilience. So they're not we're not inherently in opposition. I just want to make sure that the goals and the standards are aligned with what we're trying to do as a community. So the motion is to develop use-specific standards for smaller light industrial data center facilities. These use-specific standards would include, but are not limited to, power usage effectiveness, which is similar to energy efficiency in that space, water consumption to not exceed already allocated water rights for existing property uses, water efficiency of cooling systems, noise, lighting, and others. And again, these standards would specifically apply to co-location, enterprise, or edge-type data center facilities, or public emergency and critical infrastructure facilities also that have computing capabilities that are under that nameplate capacity that we already said of 100 megawatts. And specifically focused in primary employment zoned areas already. Happy to elaborate or repeat that.
I'll go ahead and second that. And, oh, thank you for having that language up there. So,
Yes, again,
Great.
send this to the clerk.
so
There you go.
I know, I appreciate that, yes. So the motion was made to direct the city manager to draft an ordinance to amend Title 15 of the Longmont to create use-specific standards for smaller light industrial data center facilities. And I seconded that. Councilmember Kalkofer?
Thank you, Mayor. Really like this motion. Is this something that we would be kicking back to some of our advisory boards to help us with some guidance? I'm on sustainability. I know we have a water board. I know we have planning and zoning. Is this something that we would be getting direction from them in addition to direction from staff?
So I'll speak to my intent here. My intent was absolutely. And this is less on a time scale from my perspective compared to the first one. I would like to get the first ordinance in place that we already just gave direction to pursue. This one I think we should be a little bit more deliberative about and welcome a lot more input on from our community. So I was thinking planning and zoning, sustainability advisory board, water board, and Longmont Economic Development Partnership.
Yeah, part of it, what I would ask is that we don't limit it to Title 15 because some of those uses may fit better in other sections of the code. So I would just say more generally, if it's
I'm fine
agnostic to
stripping Title
where-
15 out of that specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question here is as much for staff as it is for Councilmember Popkin. This feels to me like something that we need considerable feedback on, not just from our advisory boards, but from us as council, staff, process. I wonder, and I'm asking more than saying, if the direction to draft an ordinance is the appropriate way to go about this, rather than to say, hey, we want to do this, let's get a study session item, let's talk through it, let's get input from our boards in question, rather than going right to the ordinance. And that maybe is a staff process question as much as it is a question for council. And that, because I would almost be more comfortable, if we're asking staff essentially to go out, get feedback, set policy, and then come to us with an ordinance, maybe even a zero reading item as opposed to I'm just spitballing here, but.
Yeah, I appreciate where you're coming from on this. I actually thought about this a lot in trying to figure out, do we want, I actually want this to be headed somewhere from the start. I want to set this ordinance, I want to set up the direction that this is going to an ordinance. That said, I think, and Harold, correct me if I'm wrong if you have a completely different understanding, but by having 4 boards already kind of named of where this can go, that's going to set a timeline that's much more deliberative and not just going to be a draft ordinance that lands on our desk next week. And that's my intent. So I'll just clarify that on the record, that I want this to be a process that welcomes input and feedback from the community through our advisory board processes to council. But I do want people to know that this is moving towards an ordinance, and we just have to figure out what those standards should be and what's going to really make sense for our community going forward.
I think on that, as long as part of this is it's moving toward an ordinance, but we have the latitude to maybe think about the process that we bring it back to you, where maybe it is a study session that informs how we're moving to that. We did that on some of the housing items where the council said we want to move to an ordinance, but we actually took an iterative approach to it, so that when we actually got to the ordinance, it was pretty clean versus rewriting in the middle of that. So as long as we have that kind of latitude to think structurally what the best way to do it is, I think I'm okay with that. Or I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't want to shortchange that process. I do want to move quickly on the first
Yeah.
ordinance before that we just directed. But this one, I think that would make sense. I want the community to understand what do these terms even mean? When I say co-location edge facilities, what do those mean? When we talk about 80 megawatts, what does that look like? When we talk about 40 megawatts, what does that look like? When we talk about the water consumption the cooling technologies, what does that actually look like for modern facilities here? Because we've heard things, and there's, again, a spectrum of technologies that are used in these types of facilities.
Yes.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I would echo what Harold said, like, let's work on the substance without the format being an ordinance. The format is clunky, and, you know, putting concepts into ordinance form, once you know the substance, is a pretty quick process, but debating and amending and changing substantive standards, I think, is probably better done in a conceptual level rather than an ordinance form.
Would you? Thank you, Eugene. Would you appreciate if I just amended my language here to be a motion to direct the city manager to develop use-specific standards rather than to develop an ordinance doing so?
That would be great. Although with what Harold was talking about, it sounded like we're going to do a process through the boards.
That's where I would assume this would go anyway. So as long as we're on the same page there, I'm okay with that.
Seems like it.
I think we're on the same page, and I think as long as we're working through boards and we have the process, and as long as council agrees that we have the ability to potentially say, before we draft, we need to have a check-in or two.
That's fine.
I think
we'll
you're
look forward
saying
to
the
that.
same thing.
Yep.
And so as long as we're in agreement that that's the approach.
I appreciate Council Marsing asking that question, and hope that addresses it.
Okay. And it looks like it's been adjusted on our language. Councilmember Prieto.
Okay, a couple questions here, Councilmember Popkin. So I'm struggling with this one a little bit. More so, I'm just wanting to understand versus being proactive. Is there a current, are we currently having issues with data centers that exist here in Longmont to where we have to start addressing some of these concerns? I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard any concerns from other residents regarding the local data centers that we have here or businesses. And so I'm just wondering where this is coming from.
Thank you, Councilmember Prieto. Very fair question. This is a forward-looking direction, not a reactive direction. And to be clear, what I mean by that is the concerns that I'm hearing from the community are more related to what they're hearing about and reading about in other parts of the country. And what I will say is these changes are happening to communities very fast, and there is a financial motive to moving those quickly. There is a regulatory or lack thereof regulatory motive for moving something quickly when there aren't laws governing that. And, I think many folks are still trying to reconcile grapple with what this actually looks like. And I don't want us to be in that position. And so I see this as thinking ahead in terms of how do we make ourselves as resilient as possible of a community. It means we are not trying to play catch up with our resources that are often finite. And it is actually trying to get ahead of this to figure out which align with our goals, and how do we take what sometimes a lot of times communities will see facilities be built by right, which means they don't have to go through certain processes. And I don't know if we want to change. We'll look through what kind of process we want to have for this. But if they're meeting standards that we have set through a public process, I'd feel much better about that kind of a situation. And what's happening in communities across the country from coast to coast is that you are seeing facilities that are just saying, hey, we have the land use permit, we're just going to go build this. And what's unusual about our position is that because we run our own electric utility, we actually have a little bit more control over that than if you were, say, managed, even if you were a neighbor of ours in Excel service territory, where the utility is divorced from the private utility for electric is divorced from the municipality that oversees the land use decisions. And so this is a situation where we have both within our control and power. And I think, pardon the cliche, but with great power comes great responsibility, and we should make sure that we're setting the right course that makes sense for our community rather than dealing with ramifications down the road. It's a lot harder to correct that.
Just some follow-up, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yes.
So with that being said, it's easier for me to grasp something if we see what the issue is, and I want to be really cautious with us trying to tackle issues that don't exist, as far as, and essentially I see like data center equals business, and something that I have heard from a lot of businesses in our community and community members is it's too like they don't like the restrictions. They don't like it prevents business from coming in, which we don't want to do. It makes it hard for businesses to thrive and survive and to grow. And so if there's nothing like that we're able to grasp and understand within your idea here, like it's just hard for me to kind of move along with this, at least this second one. The first one makes sense. But the second one, if there's not an issue, then why address it is kind of where I'm coming from. And I would rather have staff put their time and resources currently in this moment on more pressing issues that we have right now, where things are presenting themselves, versus the talks and fears in the community due to either misunderstandings or perceptions of what could go wrong, when, as it stands, we haven't heard of anything being terribly wrong or going wrong with current data centers that we're serving. Our staff is really diligent about making sure that water usage is appropriate, that resources are being, watched over, and so on and so forth. So that's kind of the space I'm coming from. I'm probably gonna vote no on this one, just because if we get too restrictive, then we start to impact our small businesses and our economic climate.
Yeah, if I may respond briefly to that. I don't think we're talking about our small businesses here. And, I'm not sure we're talking about Amazon and Google either, but there are a vast scale, and what we're seeing are two trends. One, larger and larger facilities and more technically complex facilities happening to communities, rather than saying, hey, what do we want? What are we okay with, and what do we know how to handle? And look, we've handled what we've handled so far, but in the last 2 years alone, there's been a rapid expansion and escalation of the types of facilities and what they're being used for at a pace that I don't think any of us really can comprehend. And I think that is where a little bit more of a proactive approach is absolutely necessary from my perspective. I don't see this at all hindering small businesses and their development. I don't see this at all hindering medium businesses in our community, or even large businesses in our community at all. Granted, I do want LADP's feedback, along my economic development partnerships feedback, so that they can weigh in on this too. I don't want to just look at this. I want to look at this as a whole from an economic, sustainability, and social resilience standpoint. And I think that's what the development of these use-specific standards would be aimed at. I have seen these types of, I've seen examples across the country where it tears communities apart when you get facilities that are really starting to put a strain on their community. And I don't want that to happen here.
So, yeah, and I will be supporting this. I think it is taking a proactive approach, and where we are calling the shots as a community. I am starting to hear residents come forward expressing concerns, and I think this helps us kind of put a clamp on some of these issues that are outrunning the state, that are out, and the national and our federal government. In the IDD and mental health circles that I've connected with, people with autism are really struggling near some of these sites because of the noise, the lighting that's emitting. So it's impacting residents in a myriad of ways. And for us, our fiduciary responsibility, is around our electric and our water, and making sure we have these, that we're not pouring additional funds and I guess and resources out for these entities, or for these facilities. So I think this helps us kind of put those guardrails in place, and I will be supporting this. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be supporting this. I'm putting on my sustainability advisory hat, and more often than not, they are given more presentations than time to provide feedback. And I think this is the great time for our advisory boards to shine and give us the time to look at this. Almost all the time we are reactive instead of proactive, and I don't think this is, if it's going to happen to us, it's going to be when it happens to us, if it does. And I want us to be prepared just so we can iron out all the details. And I've been thinking about the business side because I am wanting to make sure that we're friendly to businesses. And I think that having clear guidelines for these businesses would actually be helpful to them, because then they know what they're getting themselves into versus spending all this time and money looking at, can this fit? Can this, square peg fit in this round hole? I think by having that beforehand, we will be more business friendly. Even if the companies don't come here, they're not going to waste their time because they know what to expect. And I think businesses need that kind of stability to know, if they're getting into something, what they're getting into.
Okay. So let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-2 with council members Christ and Prieto in opposition. Okay, if we do not have more items, more motions, then we're on to city manager's report. Nope.
Report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, now we're on to special reports and presentations, and I do have a proclamation designating May 3rd through 9th, 2026 as International Compost Awareness Week in Longmont, Colorado. So those who brought this forward, Naomi Kurland and team, if you all would like to come on down. So a proclamation designating May 3rd through the 9th, 2026 as International Compost Awareness Week in Longmont, Colorado, whereas the city of Longmont is committed to reducing landfill waste and diverting organic waste through composting as specified in the city's Zero Waste Resolution and Sustainability Plan, and whereas composting is an effective form of waste reduction, and since organic materials make up approximately 30% of the material going to landfills, composting is one of the primary methods communities use to reach waste diversion goals, and whereas applying finished compost is a proven method of growing healthy food, conserves water during extreme drought or flooding conditions, reducing water consumption, stores carbon in soils, reducing climate impacts, and decreases erosion and dependence on chemical fertilizers. And whereas composting creates jobs and infrastructure for cities and states who implement composting programs, these communities, through their local governments, highway departments, soil conservation services, and public works professionals, have significantly impacted clean water, soil, climate change, and landfill diversion by using compost for public works projects. And whereas the Compost Research and Education Foundation, along with other countries, have declared the first full week of May to be annual International Compost Awareness Week. And this year's theme, Compost, Feed the Soil That Feeds Us, highlights the benefits of composting in agriculture and food production and its role in supporting healthy, nutritious food and, by extension, healthy people and communities. Now, therefore, I, Susie Hidalgo Faring, Mayor, by the virtue of the authority vested in me and the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through the 9th, 2026, as International Compost Awareness Week in Longmont, Colorado, and invite all the residents in the community to learn about and share the benefits of composting and healthy soil practices now and year-round. Thank you. So you can put your,
All right, there we go. Mayor Hidalgo Faring and council members, I am honored to be here today on behalf of Sustainable Resilient Longmont and our Zero Waste Action Team to receive this proclamation in recognition of International Compost Awareness Week. Our Zero Waste team has helped promote compost bin signups, supported local policy like the Universal Recycling Ordinance, and educated residents about composting and waste diversion at city festivals, which we are looking forward to again this year, starting this Saturday at Cinco de Mayo. Our volunteers will be at the main food area waste station to help attendees scrape their plates and collect any food waste, which will then go to A1 Organics to be converted into nutrient-rich compost that can be used to grow healthier foods. Not only are we diverting waste from the landfills and reducing methane gas emissions by composting, we are also creating healthier communities. Our volunteers will also be at the Longmont Recycling Center during International Compost Awareness Week on Saturday, May 9th, sharing educational materials and answering questions about composting. Come by between 10 and 2 on May 9th to say hi and learn more. We are grateful to live in a community that cares about composting and waste diversion. And tonight's proclamation is another community initiative that highlights the many benefits of our composting and demonstrates our shared commitment to the use of composting to achieve our city's zero waste goals. Thank you so much for this proclamation and for your commitment to diverting organic waste and improving our composting in Longmont.
Thank you. Would you like a picture?
I would love a picture.
Great,
Thank you.
thanks.
You want to come with me? It might be just us tonight. You got one? Okay, I'm also going to just put my phone here.
Yeah, do you want me to take a picture with yours too? Yeah, yeah. You got it. There you go. That's good, but everyone, yeah, needs to go down this way just a little bit. Come scooch that way, just a little bit. Yep, there you go. Very good. Yes, perfect. All right. 1, 2, 3. Hold that pose. 1, 2, 3. Y'all be like this. Thank you. Ooh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we are now on to a presentation on Vision Zero Safety. Cami Edson, Transportation Planning Manager, will be presenting tonight.
Is this on? Oh, here we go. Yes. Thank you, Mayor Hidalgo-Faring, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. We're excited to be here with you tonight. Let me just get the slideshow up and running. You got it. And there we go. Yep. Just took me a second to find it. Thank you. Yeah. Well, thank you for having us tonight. We have a quick presentation to give you an update. Last time we were here was in October. And since then, this is sort of the results of, we had shared that we had done some data cleaning. The projects we're talking about tonight are the result of using that cleaned data to help inform some future projects. So we're here to talk to you tonight about what those project results look like and what we plan to do with them. I would like to introduce you to our new Vision Zero coordinator for the city of Longmont, Liz Young-Winnie, sorry. She's going to introduce our consultant, and we'll have some time for some Q&A at the end. But just to remind you, this is our first step in informing what projects should look like in Longmont, and we intend to come back and give more details about how we're going to fund those projects later on. So I will turn it over to Liz.
Thanks, Cami. Hi, good evening. I'm Liz Young-Winnie. Like Cami said, I'm the Vision Zero coordinator. I started in mid-December. So Cami is going to continue to assist me through the question and answer period in case there's things that I need help with since I'm still learning. So thank you for your patience. I'm really happy to introduce Carly. Carly works for Fair and Peers. She's a principal there. She also has a quite a long history working with the city recently, Fair and Peers, and under Carly's guidance, assisted transportation planning with our most recent transportation master plan, as well as this recent contract in which they've produced 2 major deliverables for us. I think we can, sorry, I need to switch to the slide. The clicker on the side. Thank you. Oh, we can use this. Sorry. Fair and Peers worked with us to deliver 2 major components and outcomes through a contract. And Carly will provide us information about those. The first was an educational curriculum that she'll give more information about. And the second, like Cammie mentioned, is a pretty big undertaking from a data analysis standpoint. It's foundational information that we'll use in Vision Zero and will help us complete the action plan work as well as do some prioritization. So our main agenda is going over those 2 items. The education portion is going to be pretty short. We wanted to focus primarily on the data analysis as well as the recommendations. And then Cammie will step back in for our next steps. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Liz. So as Liz said, the first element was educational workshops. So we created 6 interactive PowerPoints based off the safe systems approach. So each of the training topics was an element of the wheel: safer people, safer speeds, safer vehicles, safer roads, post-crash care, and then a safe systems overview. Each PowerPoint has an accompanying interactive workbook to reiterate the material that was in the presentation, and then also to provide some homework. So really reiterate and focus in on those topics and allow for some interactive elements. These workshops were designed to create a dialogue amongst attendees to create that safety culture where we're creating an expectation that people are going to follow the rules of the road and that they'll be ambassadors for the community and champions for safety. These workshops were vetted by the Safe Systems or the Vision Zero Task Force as well as city staff. So they're ready to hit the road. In fact, city is already planning to present them next week in English and then the following week in Spanish at the Senior Center. This is a really exciting opportunity that consolidates a lot of the material that's really technical and brings it to plain language and makes it accessible for all members of the community. And then on the data analysis side, so this is the second element of what we've done over the last few months. So using the clean data set from 2022 to 2024, we created a foundational understanding of what the crash data landscape looks like today. So just looking at what is the breakdown of crash types, that fatal and severe injury crashes are the ones that we're focused on. The adoption that the city has made to get to 0 is focused on 0 fatal and severe injury crashes. So you can see here that there were 179 fatal and severe injury crashes in 2022 to 2024. There was one just last weekend. So the city has a lot of work to do. This is why this is such an important effort, and identifying these high priority locations and recommendations will help direct the city's resources to the places that need it most, so we can really move the needle in reducing fatal and severe injury crashes and getting to that goal of 0. So in order to do this, we need to identify where is the city going to see basically the biggest bang for their buck. And we do this by identifying what's called a high injury network. This is the subset of roadways where we're seeing the highest number of crashes. So just these 9% of roads is seeing 70% of the fatal and severe injury crashes in the city. So if we're going to prioritize the locations to invest resources first, it's locations on these blue lines. So this is looking at just historical crashes that happened from 2022 to 2024, but it's important to think about if there's going to be the next crash, where will it be? And that's when we look at what's called the high risk network. So this is looking at factors that are correlated with crash history and then extrapolating those factors to other locations where we haven't maybe yet seen a crash or a high crash rate. So for example, we threw basically 30 different criteria onto the map, and we looked to see where is the highest correlation between crash history and these various characteristics. The characteristics range from demographics, land use, so zoning, street characteristics, speed limit, volume, street classification. We came up with a subset of 7 criteria, and we mapped these 7 criteria, overlaid them on top of each other. So there's some overlap between the high injury network and high risk network, and there's some differences, but the main theme is that the high injury network is looking
reactively where crashes have happened, where the high-risk network is looking proactively where we haven't yet seen a crash, but where we would anticipate the next crash to be. And then lastly, level of service of safety. So this is comparing streets of certain characteristics to other streets across the state of Colorado, specifically focused on intersections. So even if an intersection has a high number of crashes, maybe that's average for a roadway of that type. So an arterial that are both high speed would expect to see a high number of crashes. That's what we looked at in the Hin and the Hearn. But here we're comparing the streets of that nature to other intersections across the state of Colorado. So basically, if a street has a 3 or 4, so that's the pink and the red here, it has a higher than average crash rate for an intersection of that type, which means it has the potential for crash reduction. And again, where we want to focus resources. So we brought that all together and we identified the top locations where we're seeing high crash history, potential for future crashes, and a higher than average crash rate compared to similar intersections. And we came up with this list of 19 locations. And this is where we dug deeper onto recommended countermeasures or solutions to be able to address crashes, specifically looking at the specific crash types that happened at each of these 19 locations. And the background purple are the equity zones as identified by federal standards. Some of these locations are on CDOT roadways. It's important to make that distinction so we know we're bringing the right stakeholders in based on who owns the roadway. So jumping into recommendations, this is the good stuff. So we identified a suite of different, what we call countermeasures. These are basically solutions, infrastructure solutions. Each of these tools of infrastructure solutions depends, you'd use them depending on the crash type. So on the left, there's 5 main crash types that we saw throughout Longmont when we did the crash analysis. Left turn at signalized intersections, rear end crashes, red light running crashes, right turn on red, and failure to maintain turn lane. And then based off of these 5 crash types, we have, I think it's 22 different countermeasures. They're color-coded based off of their category. So we have countermeasures that improve visibility, countermeasures that change roadway geometry, bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, and then signal timing. So for each of those 19 locations, we have a cut sheet. The cut sheet identifies crash history, a little bit more about that location. Is it on the Hin or the Hearn? How many bicycle and pedestrian related crashes happened at that location? And then what are the potential improvement opportunities that are being proposed based off of that crash history? So we break down what are not just how many crashes have taken place, but what are the kinds of crashes. And based off of the kinds of crashes, you're going to make a specific recommendation so you can really focus on those kinds of crashes and have a higher return on investment. And lastly, these 19 locations are just a subset of what the city needs to focus on. So we created decision trees. We have 7 different decision trees based on different crash types so that city staff can look at various locations and run through this flow chart to identify what's the most appropriate countermeasure. We used best practice resources looking at what's called a crash reduction factors. So there's a lot of data that's been analyzed to see if you were to implement a protected left turn at an intersection that had a lot of broadside crashes, what % reduction of crashes could you expect to see? So those are the types of solutions that we focused on where research shows there's the highest reduction of crashes. And the next steps will be looking at what's called a cost benefit analysis, or seeing based on the cost of that recommendation, what's going to be the monetized benefit for it. So this is a great foundation for the city staff to run through not just those 19 locations of proposed countermeasures, but all future locations, looking at 23rd and Main and seeing what are the necessary infrastructure upgrades that need to take place to reduce crashes that have happened based on that specific crash history. And I'll hand it over to Cammie to talk about next steps.
So yeah, thank you. Sat down so we could stay out of the way of the presentation. Just wanted to let you know, part of what you've heard about is we've been waiting for some grant funding. You're going to hear more about that later tonight. But we wanted to make sure that we were moving the needle forward with doing the analysis anyway while we were waiting for certain grant funding. Right, the action plan is going to help us leverage additional dollars in the future, some of these other things. So we wanted to make sure that you knew we intend to take this data. You might see some of this come forward in future budget asks to you all, especially in the upcoming budget cycle. That leveraging grant dollars is one way to get things done, but we also know we need to start making some improvements out there sooner rather than later. Part of that next steps is going to be working with our engineering teams to go through all of the recommended countermeasures that Carly went through to say, hey, where are there existing projects that we can align countermeasure improvements on because it's already an identified project? Where can we infuse maybe some improvements through our pavement management program, a lot of the different programs that are already in place, and then we'll see how many how many locations might just be standalone projects that we might need to introduce either in a CIP or through some other systemic approach. So that's the work that will come next, is we'll dig deeper into each one of these recommended locations and figure out how to tackle them one by one and kind of even prioritize a little bit further about what can we infuse through the existing CIP or bring new projects forward. So expect to see some budget asks, expect to see some follow-up on how we're going to infuse these locations into existing projects. Obviously, we will continue to look for diversified funding to get this done, but I think this is part of where when we said, the City Council committed to Vision Zero, we're going to have to commit to some dollars and figure out how to fund getting these improvements done in the future. So I think that's it. There's for public reference and for your reference, how to get a hold of us, where we can find this information. And I think that wraps up our presentation. So we're open to questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from council? Oh, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Cammie, for the presentation, and Liz and Carly. Great information. I did notice that speed was not included in your concerns, in your top 5 concerns. But I know from working with Cammie in the past that speed increases the severity and potential for fatality. So it's on the agenda for tonight to talk about Main Street and in terms of drive-throughs in regards to Main Street. So I'm wondering, because I debated this with myself, I guess I'd like to have some other people debate it with me. What is the effect if people are merging onto Main from drive-throughs? Does it actually calm or slow traffic, or does it create more hazard? But definitely the speed is an issue, is what I was thinking. So, thoughts?
Yeah, so speed wasn't mentioned because it's a different category. It's cause of crash, basically. So there's another category that's distracted driving, intoxication, speed. Most of those are unknown. So it's very hard for police officers to say speed was the cause of a crash unless they have the speed noted, which most often that information's not available. So the types of crashes that we're showing are things like rear end, right hook. So speed is kind of foundational to most of those crash types. But the coding that we use to break down crash type is a different category than the distracted driving, speed, unfamiliar with the environment category that you're speaking of. So speed is really important, and speed management is one of the key solutions in the chapter that we delivered. And then these countermeasures are focused on how do we improve sight distance so that we can reduce speeds and change roadway geometries so we are narrowing roadways to thus reduce vehicle operating speed. So the countermeasures really do help reduce speeds. And then as far as the Main Street example with drive-throughs, that's each one of those drive-throughs is a conflict point. So speed is involved in that, but I think the focus there, the concern there would be on increasing the number of conflict points. Every time you've got a conflict point, especially with a vehicle and then people walking and biking on the sidewalk or on the roadway, and then vehicle upon vehicle conflict points, so you're increasing the chance of a collision happening. So access management would be another consideration as you think about Main Street.
Thanks for the input. And do either of the other two ladies here have an input on that, Liz?
I was going to say,
or
yeah,
Cammie?
there's a whole suite of speed management countermeasures, as you know, which will also be coming forward. And I think looking at access management, which we know is one of the projects on deck, I think each scenario sometimes is a little bit different depending on, but the speed coming off the road, the speed entering the road that's needed to enter are all considerations when you're looking at individual access points. So it's not necessarily one size fits all approach for, drive-throughs or driveways, but I think looking at how many people are coming in and out and what is the appropriate speed management tool is what, can be looked at, because there's a whole host of speed management countermeasures, not just a single one.
Okay. Thank you, Cammie.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cami. Thanks to the Vision Zero team for your work. I think it's especially relevant in Longmont recently, as you mentioned. I think a lot of us heard about the tragedy at 23rd and Main this past, I guess, weekend. It would be, and obviously my thoughts, and I imagine all our thoughts are with her family, and it just leads me to kind of, this was the first time Vision Zero has been kind of brought to me since I've been on council, and so I have heard from the community, we've heard from the community fairly recently. Vision Zero was adopted in 23, right? And as a new member of council, I guess my question is, how many intersections or how much actual change has occurred within the community as a result of the work of Vision Zero? Because you mentioned it yourself, Cami, we got to get out there and start making improvements, right? What has changed, and the presentation was helpful from like a what is coming, what we're working through, what intersections we're targeting. What actually has changed, and when can the community expect to see some significant intersection improvements coming forward? And what's your perspective on why maybe some folks feel progress is taking some time here?
And I thank you. Yeah, I think that's a very valid question. And as we alluded to earlier, part of progress is, right, we want to make sure that we're making data-informed decisions, right, to, sorry, there we go. Data-informed decisions to make sure that we're using our limited resources effectively. And part of when we started to address this after I was newly hired, we ran into realizing there were some issues with quality control within the data. So we didn't want to start addressing and sort of putting things out on the streets until we worked through the data quality improvement process. And we were missing a lot of the spatial data. So a lot of the lat-longs data that we originally needed, we didn't have. So we had to go through the process, kind of that foundational building block, to make sure that we had the right data to be using to start doing these types of level of analysis. So we've got through that process. I think there's been tons of safety improvements that traffic engineering and the CIP engineering team has done. Part of Liz and I's work is now going back to try to capture all of that work so we can start sharing out the projects and highlight or showcase what has the Vision Zero approach or lens been, because I don't know that we've done a good job sharing that. So I think there is an opportunity there to share better about what we've done and why, and what is kind of the pre-post impact. Part of that is, right, we're a small team, we're just getting up and running, we're trying to get all this foundational stuff going, but we also need to be able to share it back to the community and be transparent. So I think improvements are coming soon to our website about specific projects and specific improvements that have already been put into place, and how Vision Zero takes the approach of multiple layers, multiple countermeasures layered on top of each other, not just one thing will make it better out there. We need to have multiple approaches in a single location, speed management, maybe engineering, maybe education, all of these things layered together are what's going to help impact our transportation system positively. So we need to do a better job of compiling it and sharing it back, so we will be working on that as well.
I think part of it too is when you think about Main Street, 119, those are also U.S. highways and state highways, so we have to do that in conjunction with CDOT. There has been projects even ahead of Vision Zero, if you think about some of the median work that's been done and removing some of those conflict points. I think the other piece is just to use an example of the intersection at 21st and Main in terms of just the complexity of the design process and how long it takes, because in that case, that intersection, they've been working on the design for a while. How do you accommodate the pedestrians? How do you build the pedestrian accommodation as it relates to the ditch that's actually moving through that intersection? And so a lot of times it does take quite a bit of time to move through, just to make sure that you're getting the design and engineering correct. And that's an example of a project that's been in design for quite some time. And now what's added to it is, how do you also not create a different problem by, if you put a tunnel underneath, does a tunnel then create a different problem for the adjacent areas next to it? Because we've seen that issue at other locations in the community. So then how do you move pedestrians through in a way that's safe? And so I know we say this a lot, but that example is probably, that intersection is probably an example of one of the most complex engineering designs that I've seen just because of all the conflicts. When we think of Hover and 119, they had to completely redesign that project because of in a different project, but still trying to get at the same issues. CDOT in the group had to completely redesign that project because of the amount of utilities and what that was doing to cost escalation. So there's a lot of different factors at play, but those are some specific examples I wanted to give you all.
Well, and not that it's new news to you, but right, the construction projects are always going to take the longest. But things that have happened already, like changing the leading pedestrian intervals on intersections, already some protected left turns. So a lot's already going on with signal timing, another approach. So there's lots of safety work already going on. But when we're trying to transform our transportation system that has solely focused on moving cars for so long to now prioritizing pedestrian and bicyclists, to Harold's point, those are major reconstruction, major redesigns, because we don't want to keep putting out there what we've been putting out there. So it does take time to get through the design process to the construction process. That will always be the longest effort in sort of the Vision Zero suite of responses.
No, and one of the things we heard back in 2023 when we were hearing all this was it wasn't going to be just a quick fix, that the changes are gonna happen overnight. We're in this for the long haul. And so that's where, I understand people get frustrated, but we also need to be very thoughtful and, following the data of where these, are they perceived? Are they actual? What's the data that's supporting for the types of changes that are put in these spaces? Because it's so much harder than to try to go back and fix unintended consequences. So just by a poorly designed bypass or tunnel or so, as we, I think you were alluding to that in what you were in your earlier statement. So yeah, it's going to be. You guys are still going to be working on this long after we're gone too. So, Council Member Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cammie, Liz, and Carly. Good to see most of you. Liz, I don't know if we've met yet, but welcome to the team. Just building on some of the challenges, I'll just share a couple that I've learned about in talking with staff, just for the public's understanding. One, are we still... I had asked for on behalf of a few neighborhoods for the RRFBs, or say it with me, the rectangular rapid flashing beacons. No one wanted to jump in on the acronym. What those are the things that you hit to flash to cross as a pedestrian, and they light up to allow kind of much more visible pedestrian crossing. Are those still on supply chain backlog? Is that where because I asked you guys a few months ago, and you said
I've turned to our traffic
kind of
engineer.
backlogged.
Yes. Tariffs, all of that, it definitely changed how quickly we could get products, which changed how quickly things could get installed, and kind of in an unpredictable way of how much slower, once things were ordered, how much slower it was taking to receive product.
Gotcha. And we have an order in for those right now. And are you able to tell us how many approximately? Sorry, I should have prepped you for this. Is it 15? I couldn't remember from the conversation we had in the winter.
There we go. Kyle Howarth, Traffic Engineering Administrator. So for the RFBs this year, we have several coming in around the city. Most notably, we have one mid-block crosswalk installed this summer through our pavement management program at the rec center on Quail Road. So it'll just be to the west of the current entrance, and that'll be a mid-block for pedestrians. Notification we have is the youth center off of Lashley over by the Rough and Ready Trail. That'll have an RFID right there with advanced beacons due to the hill. And then we're looking at some additional areas for school zone improvements near Granby Meadows. And then we're looking to expand our RFID platform a bit more as we're going through Vision Zero and finding the most used places, the most places where people would cross, and where we get the most bang for our buck.
Great. Thank you for that update, and hopefully we get those soon.
Yep, getting one right now.
Yeah. Excellent. I wanted to also dig into the state highway local road dynamics here. How a lot of the priorities that Carly was walking us through before, if we could throw up that map again, that would be great. It was the one that specifically showed the state versus non-state highways or roads.
So I
Yes,
think
that
just to
one.
clarify, I think there's 11 that are on the state-owned highways and 9 that are just within, or do I have that backwards? I think it's 9 that are within the city of Longmont's control-owned locations. The other 11 will require working with CDOT.
And does that mean CDOT has to budget for those improvements? Does that mean CDOT has to actually conduct those improvements? Or we just have to say, like, can you let us access this road?
Yeah, no, they work with us when it's in our local jurisdiction. We will work with them to come up with a design and what we'd like to do. They will review and approve and might even partner on it depending on. They also have a Hin and a Hern, and a lot of these are on their high-risk network as well. So helping us get what is on their list done too is going to be of interest of them to do.
Okay.
So what often doesn't get seen when we talk about access control on, just because as we're looking at First and Main, we're living this right now. Access control becomes a big piece of the conversation with CDOT. So you may have somebody that wants to come in and build something and they want they want a full turning movement out of the project. We have to work with CDOT, and in many cases on that, CDOT's actively reducing those conflict points to where they'll say, no, we're good with the right in, right out. We're good with the 3/4 turn. We're not good with the full movement turning location. And then when you bring up driveways, they're also going to be involved. Is it backing traffic up into the highway and those types of issues? So even in the development process, there's a referral piece that goes to CDOT. And they ultimately have the final decision in terms of yay or nay in that conversation. And so we've been knee deep in it as we're looking at quiet zones, First and Main Transit, parking garage, how we're managing that as a whole. So a lot of collaboration between the city, CDOT on those highways.
The good news is the state highways priorities are focused on safety just as ours are. So they will review, they will approve, as Harold said, but we are in a line as far as what is the goal of how to move safety forward. So it's going to be much easier to work with CDOT moving forward than it has in the past, now that everyone is taking a safety-focused lens, so that is good news.
Great. And then how would you define the equity priority areas, like the purple areas on the screen there?
Yeah.
Like not just like what are they representing, but like what do they actually mean and how does that shape our decisions?
Yeah, so when I first got here and we were applying for grant dollars, whether they were state dollars and federal dollars, there are sort of meta resources out there that are combining a number of different equity indexes sort of into one, and you're able to look up for your community. It has environmental information, it has job information, it has car ownership information. It takes all of these different kind of equity-based factors and criterias, and we combined all of the different sort of metadata sources to come up with where were the common places in each of these individual data sets within Longmont, and that's what you're seeing as defined as the prior sort of equity zones in the purple.
Okay, so I'm going to try to define this or redefine this.
I can provide you what they all are.
Yeah, no, I get that, but
Yeah.
but just from my understanding and the public's understanding, so like these are the social neighborhood level factors, the economic
drivers, yeah.
factors that impact people's decisions, their ability to pay for certain things, the ability how they get around, their commute times, everything that impacts their income level, that impacts
Underserved communities, overserved community, all of that
Sure.
kind of data information. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Carly, we talked about if we could go to the slide that had the countermeasures. It almost looked like a board game set of pieces that we had. Yeah, that one. How many of like ballparking? Like we don't have to go piecemeal here, but how many of those are more hardware solutions or like physical infrastructure changes, and how many are more software or non-physical infrastructure changes?
So the light blue ones are all signal changes, which can generally be lower cost, so signal timing's relatively affordable. And then the orange are bicycle and pedestrian. These are infrastructure, cement, paint. The green are visibility. So some of those are still physical but lower cost. So changing the backplates of signals if there
Sure.
tends to shine in the sun. Signage related RFBs fall under that category. And then the light blue are also infrastructure, as those are roadway geometry. So tend to be things that are speed management. So concrete that narrow things tightening curb radii with bulb outs. So
Yeah.
it's a mix. And then there's a whole set of programs and policies as well that that will build off of this for the safety action plan.
Thank you. So 8 of these countermeasures really don't require a ton of dollars. Time, yes, sure, coordination with projects, I'm sure, but I mean, these are, even as we were thinking about budget cycles and grants, like those first 8 that you were referring to there might already be even happening, and we might just not notice them as much because it's not a physical roundabout, it's not a new stop sign.
Exactly, and I think that's what we're saying, we need to do a better job of sharing it, and that's what we're gonna do, the alignment of where can we get the rest of these done, and where are they already happening, so we can make that more transparent with the community.
And part of that, to your point, the signal timing typically is less expensive. I think that Councilmember or Mayor Hidalgo Farian was here when we started this work. I'm not sure if Mayor Pro Tem was here, but we actually had to replace our signal system. So we had to do a lot of baseline work on Main Street and some of the other signal systems because the other one we were having issues and was antiquated. So we actually had to physically replace the guts in the infrastructure. And Kyle can talk about the detail on that. That was one of the first projects he undertook.
Yeah, so as we were alluding to, we've been on. There we go. Is that better?
Yeah.
So over the past couple of years, we've been replacing our existing traffic signal system. Before it was kind of a vendor-based. Our system goes to a black box, and then it talks to the signals, and that's all it does. Doesn't give us the analytics that we need. So we've been replacing it with our own system that we can control. It's within the city. No one else touches it. And we can get back a lot of valuable information, diagnostics. And we're just actually completing the last 2 signals. One we're waiting on BSNF at Hover and 3rd, and the last one's at Sunset and 119. That'll be completed once that CIP project gets completed. After that, we have changed out all the signal systems on Main Street, 119, and Hover. And along with that, we have retimed all the signals to have longer pedestrian times. That was a big overarching direction we've given, is having adequate time for pedestrians, as well as readjusting the clearance intervals for the yellows and the reds to kind of create a safer intersection. And so far, we have seen some reductions year over year, last couple of years, of intersection crashes. We hope that trend continues. And along with that, we are upgrading for the future. So if any new technologies come out, we're able to implement that with our new systems, such as like connected vehicle, new preempt systems for emergency vehicle, fire trucks, snowplows. That's stuff our system's now set up and ready for. It's going to be a lot of work to get up to that level, but that's something that we're future-proofing our system for.
Great. Well, thank you for all the work on that. My last question here is about priorities. And I think this analytical effort kind of helps us refine that. We get a lot of emails from neighbors across the city saying, hey, this neighborhood or street is at risk, or my children are crossing here and they're constantly dodging cars on this, or speeds, or any there. And I guess what this is telling me is that it's not that we don't care about those other neighborhoods or about the streets and where the concerns are coming from, but it's that we have much more concerning intersections to really address, where we can really put our resources. Is that a fair assessment of what you're showing us?
I think, right, and what council had directed the city and staff to do was work towards eliminating our fatal and serious injury crashes.
Right.
So, right, that would be our priority number 1. Does not mean we don't care about what's going on in other places.
Of course.
But where we have the highest speeds, so our arterials and our collectors are where most of the Vision Zero efforts are going to go. Through some other programs that already exist in the community too, we can add those to supplement what's going on our local streets, the sort of the lower speed streets, but those are not where people are being seriously injured or killed. So we have to prioritize.
It's the severity that is driving this part of the pun.
Yeah. So where are fatal and serious injury crashes happening or could happen needs to be where we focus most of our time and effort.
Great. Last part of this, last year we approved a transportation management plan, the TMP. I think, Carly, that's when you and Cammie were also presenting on that. How does there's a priority list for that? And in terms of the bike infrastructure, like basically in terms of what capital improvements are we making, what physical improvements are we investing in, based on that, from a transit, from a pedestrian, from a bike safety standpoint, and accessibility and convenience standpoint. How do those priorities align, and the streets and the neighborhoods there align with the priorities that we're looking at in Vision Zero?
You want to go for? Okay.
Yes, sir. That's a great question. So safety was one of the inputs that informed prioritization, amongst others, community input from that effort, equity being others. So what you're going back a couple years now. And there was one other in prioritization input to that. So this is focused on prioritizing solely based off of safety. And I should note that this effort doesn't yet prioritize projects. The 19 locations are the top high priority locations, but this will get built on in the safety action plan that will do the cost benefit analysis fully based off of safety. So what is the cost of the project, and then monetizing benefit in through the lens of safety of monetizing a life is how that that methodology works, versus the transportation mobility plan identified a number of different factors and prioritized multimodal infrastructure based on those factors. Connecting to key destinations was the last input. So we think about the need for access and mobility. It's slightly different than focusing on safety. But it'll be interesting after the safety action plan is complete to put those sets of projects side by side and identify what are the high priority projects on both of those lists.
Thank you.
We set the TMP up to lead into the Vision Zero action plan, and the TMP is really what we should do. The Vision Zero action plan is going to be what we will do. So if we want to, so they will work together, and moving forward, hopefully they will never be two separate plans. That when we do our next TMP update and our next Vision Zero update, they will be one and the same plan.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cami and team, for the presentation. Can you go back to the map with purple? And then while we're going to that, is the Kaufman Street corridor a good example? Yeah, that's great. Is the Kaufman Street corridor a good example of a newer project that is transportation, Vision Zero lens through and through?
And it was already designed and planned before Vision Zero was officially adopted. So the city of Longmont has been paying attention to roadway safety for a long time and trying to bring it to life. So I think adopting Vision Zero and getting the plan in place of the what we will do is just trying to get it done quicker, faster, and that is a model project.
And how long was Kaufman in development, just for general?
I might have to look at others for that answer. Jim? Is Jim in the room?
6 years, 6-ish years.
So 6 years for that project from
At least, probably.
start to finish, just to give everybody a sense of time. 6?
10 years.
10 years. Just to give a sense
Yeah.
for the public to understand how long these projects take. Yes, we want to solve everything right away. One, we don't have unlimited money, and two, they take a long time.
Can I add something to that too?
Absolutely.
Kaufman was actually also connected to addressing issues on Main Street. So part of the goal on Kaufman was to pull the buses off of Main Street so
Another
that we
conflict.
to reduce the conflict that actually then assesses the traffic movement on Main Street. So when you look at some of these projects, sometimes it may look like it's just over here, but we're trying to address other issues. Same thing when we talk about connecting Boston. It's how are we relieving traffic on 3rd Street that is moving through a neighborhood by doing this. And so when they're managing this, they're looking at the system-wide initiatives and deciding which is fitting where, and to the point on the ROI, it may look like it's not impacting this, but it really is going to impact this.
Great, thank you. In my previous company, we did something called Traction, and we would do IDS, which is Identify, Discuss, and Solve. With Vision Zero, are we ever going to be done collecting data, or are we going to be collecting data for the rest of the time?
I think collecting data the rest of the time, because we definitely want the pre and the post to always be data we're looking at to see, right, are there iterative changes? Did we get it right? Is this enough of a change we're looking for? Do we need to do more? So we will always be collecting data and relooking at all of it.
And right now, is most data from crash reports, or are we collecting data more in real time? Because I would hate to collect data only on crash reports, because that means we are too late.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're more proactive when it comes to collecting data than reactive.
Traffic engineering already has a lot of capacity for that, but that's also what we're trying to improve, is updating our technologies for even better data so we can make these projects come to life quicker, faster.
Great.
Do you want to add anything?
Yeah. So I'll say along with the new system that we've been implementing, you'll see the new detection cameras up on a lot of the intersections. Those cameras are capable of doing traffic counts, so we'll have traffic counts on a daily, annual basis, as well as those are connected with travel time and vehicle miles traveled. So we'll be able to pull pretty much information from all our traffic signals and through those corridors to see travel times, congestion, and when we do make changes, how that changes, one, the corridor, but also the surrounding corridor. So we're making positive changes for the community, not just for one area and push traffic onto another.
Are you able to identify every time that I get impatient and I cross without waiting for the walk signal, or?
That would be for public safety.
But you can't identify me from?
No. Completely anonymous. It's randomized. It's just macro data. So we see it on a large scale, not so much a micro car by car scale.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And before we let you go, I just want to end with a success and a compliment. I want to talk about the roundabout up there on 21st and Alpine by the Rough and Ready Park. There was a lot of speed coming down that hill for a long time. And, you have children there and people walking their pets. And that roundabout really cut down on the speed. And then, not done with it yet, you came back and you extended the curb so that when you're going into the roundabout, you have to stop and sometimes even make eye contact with the pedestrian. Are you going straight or are you trying to cross? And that helped a lot, I think, make pedestrians feel safer crossing there. And now, not to brag, but we do have RFBs there. So now you know if they're intending to cross, and it's just that much safer. And I see seniors and dogs and just with confidence walking out there. And I think if we look at the map with all the little pink lines, I think East 21st is no longer a pink line, but it is on the west. So these calming measures really work, and then once you're done, you can just move on to another area. And also to point out that a lot of the equity priority area is on the east side of Maine. So very much appreciate, because there are usually a lot of pedestrians and bicyclists in that area. So really appreciate the calming that you've done there. And I consider that a big success because it's completely changed the traffic there. So thank you all.
Yeah. So yeah, we want to get those positive, all the things that we have been working on, is even as small as just changing the timing on the signal. If there's a way that we could get that out on the website for people to know and realize, and it's things that just totally we don't even think about. I was going back and remembering on Main Street in downtown, where the two flashing beacon lights are, the crossing. I just remember when I first got on council, and it was even like around kind of COVID time and before, where we were trying to get CDOT, or I just felt like it took such a long time. And I'm like, what's the holdup? Like, I'll pour concrete and just get it in there. What's the holdup? But just really just going through those channels and working with other agencies outside of Longmont's control. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have to say that was one of my first projects I got when I first came to the city, along with the traffic signal program. I've been working with our relationship with CDOT, and we've developed a pretty good repertoire with Region 4 headquarters. And so they're being more open, more trusting of knowing that we understand the engineering behind what we're trying to do and have clear goals. So we're continuing to make those improvements, and you'll see some projects with CDOT come up in the future that will show that increase in transportation safety.
Great, thank you very much. So you all can't leave. You just got to stay. You're gonna have to stay because we need you. Great, Councilmember Prieto.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for all that you folks do. It's a lot of work. And I didn't think I would have a question, but I do. So I guess my question I mean, obviously there's a multitude of factors that go into every project, right? Data collection is just one piece, and that takes a really long time. And then you got to prioritize and so on and so forth. Money is a big factor, et cetera, et cetera. What would be one thing that you folks would need in order to help you I don't want to say move things along quicker, but just be more efficient in process, time, have the capacity, whether it's a larger team. Like, if you had a magic wand, what would that be?
I think that's the most amazing question we can imagine being asked, so thank you very much. Obviously more money and more capacity would make a huge difference. So I think, those will be some of the types of questions that we will bring forward through budget requests and things like that. You'll see that coming forward is we want to accomplish the goal as quickly as possible too. We live here, it's our community. We want to see these improvements also made. So, we are a pretty small team. We have a pretty small budget right now. The plan will identify the projects we need to do, and that is going to cost money. Like we said, if we want to transform our transportation system, we're going to have to invest a little differently than we have in the past. And that's what we will keep bringing forward to you all is how are we going to accomplish this and what is it going to cost in a very, hopefully, logical, thought through, data-driven approach. And you'll see systemic approaches, strategic approaches, hotspot approaches. You'll see a mix of all of those to hopefully get all of our communities improvement as quick as possible, as well as prioritizing who needs to kind of get it first.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you spend more money in Longmont, that generates sales tax that goes into the transportation fund, so that we can have more money to do. And that they're right. It's a financial capacity, and so it really is something that we're balancing because it's balancing this. It's balancing transit, it's balancing pavement rehab in an economy where the expenses have really outpaced the revenue growth, and that's inherently what we've been dealing with.
Great. Okay, thank you. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Get your mic on. Yes, go ahead.
It's a silly question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Obviously contracting out is more expensive. Has the city thought of bringing in our own, like, concrete, asphalt folks?
The city used to do that, and what happened was it was more cost effective to actually contract it out, because a lot of times when you build that capacity in, you're only using it for a defined period. I will tell you, those are things that we're evaluating all the time to determine when does it make sense to bring something in-house and not contracting it. For example, Jim and I right now are having this conversation on how do we do signs. At one point it was less expensive to get it from the external market. Now we're seeing the economics change. So I think that's something that they're constantly looking through to figure out what is the most cost-effective way to provide a service.
Perfect. Yeah, and I think with everything just going up in price, we're seeing that in our CIP projects where we approve one thing and then it comes back because things went up and materials went up and prices went up. And so I think I'm happy to hear that you folks are actively talking about that. And last question, how big is your team?
There are 4 people in transportation planning, and Liz is the only full-time Vision Zero staff person. So me supporting her, and then the other 2 members on the team have different priorities. So we're all focused on Vision Zero, but they have other priorities.
And just quickly,
we also have one peer in community and neighborhood resources, Dylan Zamora Silva is also kind of co-funded to work with us to do some community engagement. So he is a bonus staff member at a part-time-ish. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well, and then behind that, you have the engineering division that's working with them. So there's different work groups that are attached.
Layers. Yeah. Different departments that have to come together. Okay.
Vision Zero will touch many departments within the city for sure, but as a core staff, there's 4 on the planning team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So thank you very much. Thank you. So we are on to first call, public invited to be heard, but we've been here for a while. I wanted to ask, I know you had to jet out. Yeah. Couldn't wait. Do you want to take a 5-minute break? All right, do you need a 5-minute break? What do you think? I'm sorry, yes. Okay, so let's go ahead, if you all can hold tight. Yep, yeah, go ahead. Okay, so we're moving on to First call, public invited to be heard. So we have the first person on the list is Aaron Alford. You have 3 minutes, and please state your name before you begin.
Let's give you another shot.
Oh, yeah, if you want to turn on the mic.
Sorry,
There you go. I don't know what it looks like
Didn't know
over
the
there.
AV.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, members of the council, mayor. My name is Aaron Alford. I've lived in Longmont since 2020, and I don't want to live anywhere else. But I have come here today to discuss my opposition to your recent unanimous decision to sign a contract with Axon to install a new ALPR camera system in our city. While I'm glad the council canceled the Flock contract, the problems with ALPR camera systems are not isolated to Flock. Regardless of the provider, ALPR camera systems treat residents like inmates in an open-air prison where ordinary people have their whereabouts tracked and recorded at all times by the state. ALPR systems are a form of indiscriminate mass surveillance. They collect billions of data points on innocent motorists with the intention of building intimate profiles of our lives at a massive scale. Data like this is incredibly sensitive. You're functionally installing a location tracker on every vehicle that passes through Longmont, and such a system is ripe for abuse by both officials and bad actors who could manage to bypass security and access that data illegally. In December, Longmont Police Chief David Moore and Assistant Chief Philip Piraski, I'm sorry if I mispronounced his name, defended the need for these systems by appealing to public safety. They said that it would make it easier for the police department to recover weapons, locate missing people, and investigate crimes more quickly. And while all those are important things to do, our tools that promote public safety need to be as targeted as possible, proportionate to their purpose, and operate within the due process of law. I don't believe these ALPR camera systems are properly targeted or proportionate to their purpose. Their entire function is dependent upon collecting data on every vehicle all of the time. That's not targeted in the least, and the harm that is dealt to our privacy as a community is disproportionate compared to the benefit they provide to the public. By signing this contract, you have declared Longmont to be in a perpetual state of emergency where our rights to privacy are indefinitely suspended in the name of making it easier and quicker to solve some crimes some of the time. For every crime this system helps solve, it will violate the privacy rights of thousands and potentially put our community in danger should a data breach occur. That's a bad deal for the people of this city. Councilman Marcin, you claimed last month that this technology is inevitable. It's here. Therefore, we need to choose the best vendor for it. I disagree with that premise. I don't believe that just because a piece of technology exists that we must necessarily use it in the city of Longmont. The advantages of this technology for addressing public safety concerns do not outweigh the constant and disproportionate intrusion on our rights to privacy as the public. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Lance Whitaker.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker. Been a resident of Longmont for over 45 years now. I just want to mention today is National School Bus Driver Appreciation Day. It is also National Superhero Day. Those two go together, I guess. It's also National Blueberry Pie Day, National Bravehearts Day for all those children who have cancer. My heart bleeds for you. National Great Poetry Reading Day. Maybe we can read some Cat in the Hat and we'll be all good. Today is also James Monroe, who happens to be our 5th president, Jay Leno, and Carolyn Jones, who is Morticia on Adam's family. They all share the same birthday. Thank you and have a good day.
So I'm going to use my executive privilege here. We were on a field trip today to Dinosaur Ridge. Bus driver, oh my gosh, like they don't get paid enough. I'm like, y'all, be quiet, sit down. And he was just so calm the whole way over, the whole way back. He is a superhero. So thank you for mentioning that. Next person on the list, Charlene Kelsey.
Hello, my name is. Sorry. Oh, sorry. My name is Charlene Kelsey. I've been a resident of Longmont for 29 years, and I'm currently on the Library Advisory Board. And so I'm here to talk a little bit about the library. Going into this budgeting cycle, which I understand is on now, there's a major problem of the Longmont Library not keeping up with the population growth of the city. We have one library. It was built for a maximum of about 60,000 people, and we have 100,000 people now. And the library funding requests, of course, go in, and they're in competition with everything else in the city. And basically, according to the director of the library, we usually only get our top level ones, which are keeping up with costs that are beyond our control, such as increases in the database fees and that kind of thing. So we have no funds for improving collections, or particularly when new technologies come along. And 100% of the programming in the library, excuse me, is funded by the Friends of the Library organization. They are not part of the annual budget of the library. So a specific example that I wanted to bring up in talking with fellow seniors at the senior center is one of the lacks that comes up several times is that the number of titles available on ebooks and e-audiobooks through the Libby system have long wait times, titles just not available, and many are resorting to getting borrower cards at neighboring libraries in order to get the resources. One of the problems with ebooks, at least from the library's point of view, is that the publishing model for getting these resources for libraries is that they are charged for a certain number of uses within a certain time period. So if the number of uses has been exceeded before the end of the month, that title is no longer available until the next month. And the library never owns the book. They're continually paying for access to the ebooks. So my specific request is to consider at least some extra money in the budget to increase access to ebook titles over and above the annual fee increases that are, that we see for everything like this. But longer term, I'd like to see council and city consideration of different options for funding the library than just the general fund. Is that my time? Okay.
Great.
So,
Thank you. Nicole Gallifrey. I think I said it wrong. Like that did not come out right.
No, that was perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Nicole Gallifrey, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Library Advisory Board. Longmont has surpassed 100,000 people. In Colorado, cities of our size, for example, Westminster, operate 2 to 3 full library branches. Longmont still has only one physical library location. The current library was constructed in the early 1990s to serve a population of roughly 50,000 residents, with a maximum design capacity of 65,000. We are now serving twice this population within the same physical footprint and infrastructure model established over 30 years ago. Longmont residents in the northeast and the northwest of our city are particularly burdened by the lack of additional library branches, and those without reliable transportation may not have an avenue to take advantage of library resources. These promote citizenship, economic opportunity, and in some cases, life-changing assistance that only the library can provide. Further, as our population has grown, our funding has plateaued. Longmont spends about $46 per capita on library funding, ranking us the lowest for per capita library funding among cities of our size. In fact, Longmont spends 15% less per capita than the next lowest ranked library in our area. As an example of how this lack of funding is affecting Longmont residents, the wait times for digital ebooks often exceed 6 months. Because of this, many Longmont residents are going to other libraries, such as Boulders, to get library cards for accessing ebooks. Digital services such as ebooks provide access to education for those who can't make it downtown or who don't have the opportunity to request a library card from another city's library system, one that does fully fund their own digital collection. Longmont's library funding is not meeting citizens' needs. The city of Longmont currently provides $0 towards library programming. Every story time, class, and workshop is 100% funded by the generosity of donations, such as those from the Friends of the Library. As far as I know, we are the only major city in this region that treats community education as a charity project rather than a core municipal service. Relying on a nonprofit to fund our literacy programs is an unsustainable risk to Longmont's community and workforce development. Your constituents are asking for an additional library location. We're asking you to add just some funding for library programming to our city's budget so as not to put basic literacy education at risk. At the bare minimum, let's fund our digital collection to a sustainable level. This budget season, remember that the library is an essential resource for Longmont residents, one that provides not only recreation, but also crucial citizenship, literacy, and job skill education and training. It's time that the Longmont library budget reflects our city's values. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Michael Grant.
Thank you for this opportunity. I wish to ask the council to persuade, to recommend, to encourage a major change in the health practices in our recreation center. At present, the system uses chemicals, disinfectants that the users are supposed to spray on and wipe down. And while that seems common sense, what we need is uncommon sense. We know that's wrong. That's actually doing harm because of the antimicrobial resistance that develops when you put chemicals in the environment and the microbes grow and they become resistant. When you get into the hospital, then they don't have the ability to help correct that by the antibiotics don't work anymore. And I've given you, that takes me 3 minutes to read those 2 pages that I gave you. And I'm old and I'm from the South, so you should be able to get through it in 2 minutes without too much trouble there. And so I can give you a lot more information, a lot more detail, but the main thing is that we are doing it wrong and we're increasing the risk, not decreasing the risk, by using chemical disinfectants in our rec center. I met with the director of the rec center and brought this to his attention and talked to him, and he did not seem to agree with my concerns here because the system hasn't changed. And so that's why I'm asking the city council to persuade, to recommend, to encourage a significant change in the health environment that I go to and work out in, and a lot of people go and work out in, and it's because we shouldn't be spreading these chemicals. If you look on the web and ask, how should you treat a health center, you'll find it says use these chemicals, and that is written by the people who manufacture them and sell them and market them. So that is not a good source. You want the good solid science source. I can give you the good solid science source, much more than this. And so I would ask you to save some money, don't spend the money on the chemicals, recommend soap and water, and don't put any chemicals in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Gwen Steele.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Gwen Steele. On Monday, April 20th, Longmont Public Safety posted the following, accompanied by several photographs, to its public Facebook page. Early this morning, April 20th, 2026, a camera in downtown Longmont was sprayed with pink paint. Longmont Public Safety is looking to identify the individual in the photo who arrived on a bicycle at 3:15 a.m. Longmont police are asking local owners to check trash receptacles for the pink spray paint can and cameras for video of this individual. She was wearing all black and a full-face bicycle helmet. As of tonight, a full week after the original post,
there are more than 2,100 comments, mostly in favor of the person on the bicycle. I'd like to share some examples. Not all heroes wear capes. Remember, folks, if you think you saw something, no, you didn't. Thought those cameras was for Longmont Public Safety to identify them. So what you're saying is, if there was no camera to spray paint, no one would have spray painted a camera. Cool. How funny, laugh emoji. Asking the community for help on cameras no one in the community approved. It's almost like people don't want cameras watching their every move. Golly, when the people tell you what they don't want and you do it anyway. This post went differently than you hoped, eh? Longmont Public Safety, now that you see that the majority of people feel less safe with this type of surveillance, are you going to take down the cameras? I share this not to endorse acts of vandalism, but rather to illustrate how deeply unpopular they are and how Longmont's surveillance camera program has put our community on edge. It's true that the specific camera that was vandalized was not a Flock or Axon ALPR camera, but the community has told you repeatedly, publicly, and overwhelmingly that we did not want a mass surveillance dragnet in our city. By disregarding this feedback and doubling down on this program, every camera has become suspect and has become a symbol of the City Council and Longmont Public Safety's disregard for its residents and our voices. I encourage the City Council to continue listening to residents' feedback on what makes us feel safe and to consider a course correction. Thank you.
Thank you. John Craker.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and City Managers. My name is John Krecker, and I live with my wife Pamela at 403 Olympia Avenue, Prairie Village Subdivision. 2.5 months ago, my wife sent an email to the mayor and all City Council members explaining the extremely dangerous fires being set by the tenants at 2406 Step Drive. They set these fires on February 5th, February 14th, and March 27th. I was an eyewitness to these fires. Bonfire, teepee style, with 8 to 12 logs in a metal fire pit designed for 2 to 3 logs lying flat. Flames 3 to 4 feet tall, burning embers flying into our yard and other neighbors' yards, vegetation and other combustibles within 7 to 10 feet from fire, breaking off ends of neighbor's tree with pine cones attached, burning live branches with pine cones, causing noxious fumes, no water, sand, or dirt to extinguish fire, no grate or flame guard over fire, fire unattended while burning, fire not extinguished and burned all night while tenants slept. I have interacted with these tenants twice, asking them to put out the fires because they were dangerous and Colorado was in a drought. The first time they said nothing, they said they had nothing to put it out with. The second time, they said they had a permit for the fires. The fire department was called twice and stated the fires were legal. They were not. On April 23rd, neighbors affected by the fire met with Fire Chief O'Donnell and Public Safety Manager Zach Artis to get a resolution to this dangerous situation. We suggested changing Longmont Fire Code to include paired homes as multifamily homes, which they are, and therefore subject to limits on open wood fires. Also, we suggested adopting bolder fire codes which prohibit open wood fires but do permit fire pits with propane fuel. We were stonewalled on everything. They told us to show up at City Council tonight, so here we are. A few days ago, the Colorado Sun ran an article stating we have been in a drought for 20 years, and the last time Colorado experienced such a severe drought was 800 AD. That was 1,200 years ago. I want to know why Longmont cannot adopt a fire code that prohibits these dangerous open-wood fires. Boulder is protecting their citizens. Why can't Longmont? Thank you.
Thank you. Sally Reagan.
Mayor, Councilman, Sally Reagan, 2410 Step Drive, talking about the same subject. The fires west of my parent home and the smoke from each fire was overwhelming. Eyewitness John Krecker just testified he saw the perpetrators breaking off branches of neighbor's pine tree and pine cones attached and burning them. I'd like to address the heavy smoke created by this fire. Burning pine, which is what the perpetrators were doing, is noxious to breathe and is a health hazard. Burning fresh, unseasoned pine wood is dangerous, primarily because the high moisture and sap content produce excessive thick smoke, leading to rapid flammable creosote. This creates a high risk of excessive popping, sparking, and a poor air quality. Breathing in fresh pine wood smoke, often referred to as greenwood smoke, poses several health and safety risks, particularly in Colorado's climate. Fresh pine contains high levels of moisture and resins, which can lead to more hazardous emissions than seasoned wood. I have a serious heart condition. I have COPD, and so do others in my neighborhood. The smoke I inhaled on March 27th caused me extreme discomfort and burning eyes, nose, and throat, and caused me to wheeze and cough. I drove my car a week later to attend church on Good Friday, and I smelled smoke as I opened the door to my car. The smoke had permeated throughout the interior of the car in just seconds a week before. That's how strong smoke from pine oil can be. I strongly suggest that these perpetrators and their landlord be told to cease burning pine and, in fact, cease all wood burning fires as soon as possible. I'd like to also mention that the council should consider that if a fire were to be caused by these perpetrators, resulting in damage to homes, insurance carriers could very well investigate the case. Were this to happen, I caution the city and its officials that the city could be held responsible, given that they were informed and yet did nothing to deter this dangerous and repeated risk. Indeed, insurance companies are leaving states with multiple claims of fire and flood damage. Colorado could be next. I'm not a lawyer, yet I have read enough about legal cases to know that hiding behind city codes, especially when challenged by the arrival of new and dangerous situations, and most especially when asked to amend those codes, as we did last Thursday, may not be much protection. In law, ignorance does not exonerate anyone. I thank you for your time to discuss this serious matter.
Thank you. Thank you. Howard Reagan.
My name's Howard Reagan. I'm also at 2410 Step Drive, and I appreciate you giving me time to speak to the council. We've expressed our concerns about these open wood-burning fires that are being conducted near our house, both today, as you've heard, and over letters, several letters sent over the past couple of months. The city's response was to arrange a meeting between us and Mr. O'Donnell and Mr. Artis to discuss the situation and the options available to us. We appreciate the effort that was made to address our concerns. Unfortunately, there was no resolution. We sought to have the fire codes changed to replicate those of the city of Boulder, which says no open wood fires, period. Alternatively, we said you could apply multifamily dwelling rules to the paired homes, and this would provide limits on the distance such fires can be from houses and combustibles. We were very disappointed to find we were very disappointed by being told that changing codes was nearly impossible and that it would change things for the entire city, not just our little conclave. We were told Boulder's code was a unicorn, that no other city on the Front Range does such a thing, and we were left with the impression that they thought Boulder was a bit crazy and the rest of the cities were more rational. We are in the midst of an historic drought. We all know that fire danger is an extremely and extraordinarily high right now situation. We are likely to be implementing, I'm sure, water restrictions in our city because the snowpack this year was under 30% and there is no water. Conditions like these demand common sense actions. Perhaps Boulder is the only city with common sense. If changing the fire code is so difficult, tell us what we should do or what you will do as representatives to offer us the protection we're asking for so that we can react. Based on the drought conditions, we expect that you will institute water restrictions shortly. And our suggestion, in lieu of changing the codes, is put a moratorium in place on open wood burning for the same period of time that the water restrictions are in place and we are in a drought condition. To Longmont, this is simply common sense. It makes more sense than saying to us, this is just neighborly dispute, and suggest we take over hot dogs and marshmallows and join those folks. If we're going to be helped, we ask that you help us resolve this easily or tell us how we get this resolved in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Mayer.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Paul Mayer. My wife and I reside at 2418 Step Drive here in Longmont. I'll be very brief. Given the extreme drought, which has made the entire area parched and tinder dry, I urge that Council insist that common sense and good judgment prevail in the matter of addressing and hopefully restricting open burning in our city. It's my understanding the city will soon be announcing an extraordinary, practical, and logical stance in a related matter, and will be restricting landscape watering during the growing water availability concerns. Would it not be logical at the same time and sensible to prohibit open fires, at least under the current extremely hazardous conditions? Thank you.
Thank you. Meg Thornbury.
Hello, Council. It's me, Meg Thornberry. I'm here to talk to you about May Day today. So not only is that the warning signal that you're supposed to get when things are going down, it is also the International Workers' Day. So this Friday, May 1st, in solidarity, the organizers of the No Kings movements have called for a general strike. So if you are able to, please, no work, no school, no shopping, no streaming. The streaming one's going to be the tricky one, but I think that's one that everybody can commit to. So if you just remember back to what life was like in the 2000s and the 90s and all of the things that we did before streaming was a thing. I'm brushing off my DVDs. I'm excited. So just encouraging everybody to please participate in whatever ways you can. We cannot continue as business as usual because this is not normal. This is not acceptable at any level going on. And so I really encourage everybody to take advantage of your civic duty to protest and to make sure that we are protecting our democracy. So we have a couple events going on May Day, which is exciting. If you are not part of the Longmont events Discord, I highly recommend you get on that. We have a lot of events going on there. So the main gathering is going to be at 4 p.m. on Main Street at the usual 6th and Main location. If you are interested in being part of the Singing Resistance, which you don't have to solo, if you're a choir person or just want to sing, come join us. It's more like campfire songs. So we are going to be setting up at the little chapel on 5th and Main, and we're gathering around 3:30, 3:45. So if you would like to come join us, please do. We'd love it. And then that whole thing on Main Street will last until probably about 5:30, 6 o'clock. So come when you can. Feel free to join us. If you are not able to take the day off of work, join us after work. And again, just really thank you for all of this. As part of this too, we also encourage everybody to try to de-big tech themselves as much as possible. So if you can get yourself off of Google and Gmail, there is a workshop being hosted on May Day for getting Microsoft out of your life. So that that is one thing being offered on the Longmont events page. So highly recommend people get that all checked out because, again, everybody is able to participate in their own way. If you're not able to take the day off of work, don't stream. If you have to go and buy something as an emergency, okay, fine. But if you are able to avoid it and shop the day before or wait 24 hours to buy the next thing, I just really encourage everybody to bite the bullet of inconvenience so that we can fight for what's right. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Lawrence Bashir? Bashir?
Hi, I live in Harvest Junction Village, which is right near a lot of the, I guess, apartment building and affordable housing that's being developed over here just south of Costco. Lately, they've decided to detour all of the Costco traffic through our neighborhood. They've closed off South Martin, going down to the corner to Quail, and so we've got a lot of people speeding through our neighborhood. Unfortunately, they're still coming 35 off of Harvest Moon and Bountiful there on the east side, and then driving through our neighborhood. I'd like to see if the city could do anything about keeping those speeds down at least for a little bit, or maybe detouring them around the outside, up Martin or to the north to the roundabout at Junction, and then back down by the rec center. We also our neighborhood actually somehow, even though we don't own them, we are responsible for the landscaping on the two roundabouts there at Martin and Junction, and the other one at Bountiful and Martin, South Martin. That's like right by the Costco. All the construction trucks right now are not attempting to even deviate around the roundabouts. They just drive straight over them. So we have a lot of large tire tracks. And your city engineers know, I talked to the guys out there that have to replace the signs. They're out there pounding the signs flat, putting the signs back up, and then they wait till they get flattened again. Once they're damaged beyond repair, then they do replace them. So we do have some new signs right now at Bountiful. And I just saw one of the signs at Junction and Martin got flattened just recently. So we have a big issue with a lot of traffic there. And we'd love the city to step in. You know, I know they're for the developments, obviously, of all this extra housing, but it'd be nice if the city would pony up some money or, resources to repair all of our landscaping. I mean, it's completely destroyed on both those two roundabouts, and for some reason, Harvest Junction is responsible for it. Maybe the city could take that back from us. I'm not sure we really need to. We don't own the land, but somehow we're responsible for the landscaping. So that's one of the issues I had. And then, of course, with the Vision Zero, I didn't realize they were going to be here tonight. But our corner, Quail and South Main, it was one of the pink dots. They started out with the red dots, right? It was on one of the pink lines. And we have a major issue there with not getting a protected left. Now, it does sound like it's one of the easy fixes. I think she called them the light blue, right? Or you call it the light blue, one of the easy fixes where you just need a traffic light that says you get a protected left. Apparently, it comes up to the tune of about $30,000, from what I heard from Kyle Howard. So apparently, there's some money that's needed. Is it money the city doesn't have? Because if they don't have it, maybe we should see if we can try to fundraise it somehow. But we'd love the city to invest $30,000 in making that corner better, especially once all the Montessori, Echelon, True North 1 and 2, once those all get put in there, we're going to have a major problem at that corner. Okay, if we don't already. So.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one else on the list, I will close public invited to be heard, and let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. members can make their way back. Come. What's that? Oh, so. Okay.
Nice.
So we are, okay, I think we have everyone in the room. So we're going to go ahead. We are now on to item 9, consent agenda and introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Crystal, can you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, Mayor. Item 9A, Resolution 2026-21, a resolution of the Longmont City Council authorizing an agreement between the City of Longmont and 110 Emery Owner LLC for the purchase of real property for a future affordable housing development. Item 9B is Resolution 2026-22, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the revocable permit and agreement between the city and Rocky Mountain Paddleboard for paddleboard opportunities at Union Reservoir. Item 9C is Resolution 2026-23, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the revocable permit and agreement between the city and the Union Sailing Club to provide sailing opportunities at Union Reservoir. Item 9D, Resolution 2026-24, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the revocable permit and agreement between the city and Longmont Electric Aircraft Flyers, Inc. to provide model aeronautic opportunities adjacent to Union Reservoir. Item 9E, Resolution 2026-25, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the revocable permit and agreement between the city and LRC Raceway for remote control vehicle racing opportunities at Union Reservoir. Item 9F is Resolution 2026-26, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City of Longmont and the Federal Highway Administration for safe streets and routes for all grant funding. Item 9G is approve 5 capital improvement program amendments. And 9H is accept 2 capital improvement program amendments approved by the city manager.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to pull any items? So, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item A and F.
Okay. So, seeing no one else in the queue, would you like to move the consent minus A and F?
Sure, Mayor. I move the consent agenda minus items A and F.
Seconded.
Okay, so the motion to approve the consent agenda, except items A and F, has been moved by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. The first, actually, I think, is this the only one? Nope. The first one is item A, ordinance 2026-17, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2026. Are there any questions from council? Okay, and so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing if there's no presentation or final words from staff. And I don't see anyone who signed up to speak on this item. Is there anyone in the public who would like to speak on this item? Okay, I will now close the public hearing. I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 26-17. So that motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and that's been seconded by Councilmember Christ. Okay, and see no one in the queue. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that item carries unanimously. We are now on to item B, ordinance 2026-18, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code, clarifying drive-through uses. Are there any questions from council? No? Okay. Oh, and go ahead, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask Grant Penland a question. I want to clarify, what happens to people that already have businesses that already have drive-throughs on Main Street? Are they grandfathered in, and does that change if they sell the property? Could you just expand on that a little bit?
Sure, Mayor. Again, Grant Penland, Director of Planning and Development Services. So to answer the first part of the question, essentially, if they're already there, they would be effectively considered non-conforming or typically referred to as grandfathered. So they would be, if businesses change hands, that's fully authorized as well. It's only after a period of time of inactivity. If there was inactive for, I believe, at least 180 days, then they wouldn't be able to then utilize that as a drive-through any longer.
All right, thank you. So it's not going to affect anybody that's already has an existing business on Main?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is just going forward with further development on Main?
Yes, or yeah, brand new development essentially.
Okay. Or something that got reconditioned later on after a period of sitting feral?
Correct.
Okay.
Due to inactivity, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Oh, I see you. Councilmember Prieto, and then Grant, come back.
Don't run away.
Don't run away. No, you're not off the hook
You're
yet.
not off the hook just yet, Grant. So it was my understanding that the properties that had drive-through uses would still be able to use that. And I wasn't aware about the 180-day kind of vacant rule. Something that kind of raises a flag here is 6 months. Sometimes it takes a while to sell a property. So if a new business comes in, sometimes it might take a while for them to close and actually get business started. And so my concern is that 180-day requirement. I think I had asked this question early on, and I was under the assumption that there was not. Like, once that was established, and if that property currently has a drive-through, then that use is permitted forever. And so we're like flying cars or something, and then we got to change it. But I don't know what we do now. Because I know that was something that I was under the impression of. I don't remember the 180-day being discussed previously. Is that new?
So functionally, the code has had that type of provision for when businesses essentially cease operations, if they are legally non-conforming or essentially have become non-conforming through a change. I believe that's been in our ordinance at least since the adoption of the 2018 code, and there was probably something similar before that significantly in terms of, again, ceasing operation and then having to come into conformance with the current code. Fairly typical as well in terms of, again, any use that does cease operation. We have worked with businesses if they are in the process and have submitted all their information, if it was just a tenant change, et cetera. If they're actively pursuing that, we would consider that part of that 180-day period. So if that helps in terms of the concern about, again, the duration of time it might take to like release or change hands.
Okay, so that's like a 6 months turnaround. And then if it's in process, then they can work with you guys and say.
Correct. We've
Okay.
worked, again, if we know that it's changing from operator A to operator B, or if the property owner has come in and said, hey, we're in the process of transferring ownership, as long as we have an active application for, again, if it's changing from one drive-through to the other, we have definitely worked with entities during those types. But again, we typically look at it if it has ceased for that, again, entire 880 days, then it would basically kick in that clock of the nonconformity.
Okay, and then quick question. Could a business come in and just choose not to use the drive-through?
Operationally, they could choose not to. I guess functionally, they would probably have to make some physical changes to the site in order to ensure that the operation of a drive-through ceased. I guess, does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, and I was just thinking, like, the 6 months, like, if there wasn't any business that was interested in coming in and having a drive-through establishment, then it would open up to other establishments who didn't have a like, that would open up that property, and so.
Absolutely, yes, I think I misunderstood. Absolutely, if a non-drive-through, if it was a restaurant with a drive-through and then a restaurant without a drive-through wanted to take over and cease operation of the drive-through, absolutely, that would be allowed. Again, they may have to make physical changes so that it couldn't be operational any longer in order to be considered no longer a drive-through. But again, it could change to a non-drive-through use.
And then that would stay that forever until we changed it.
Correct. Unless there was a code change, again, it would be that use, provided it was a permitted use per code. Then it could, again, essentially would apply the same if it was a permitted use, and it could stay as long as they would like, unless, again, a code functional change like this that's proposed this evening happened, and then it was no longer a permitted use.
And this is just along Main Street.
In this instance, yes. These changes only apply to essentially the Main Street corridor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quickly, does this close the door permanently, or can they go through a variance to apply, like, let's say, a retail establishment that we really want is looking to us? Does this completely close the door, or can they apply for a variance and then it go through the regular variance process?
So because this is a functional land use allowance change, there are no provisions for variance, conditional use, et cetera. If council wanted to change it so that it was conditional, of course, that would be a consideration, but uses are not applicable in terms of variance.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So seeing no one else in the queue, I will open the public hearing. I do not have anyone signed up to speak, but is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this ordinance? Okay. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-18?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy and seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. And we are now on to items removed from the consent agenda. We had, go ahead, Councilmember Marcin, I believe you pulled item A.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you so much. Hi, Molly. How are you?
Good evening.
I know you were out of town, and I sent an email, and I had some questions generally, because I don't know if you have any more information for folks. I know we've heard some about this purchase in different ways. The purchase agreement here for 110 Emery, I just had a few questions. At this stage, and I know it's mentioned in the comm and in some of the thinking, that a lot of the planning for what comes next happens later, right? But I also know a lot of times that those decisions that get made early in the process while we're evaluating sites and kind of thinking. So at this stage, how is staff thinking about the balance between rental and home ownership on this site? And what role do you see this project playing in potentially kind of diversifying the housing mix in this part of the community? To me, reading about LIHTC feels like a signal that staff is maybe leaning more rental units here, but I'm curious about the pretty large volume of multifamily rentals we have coming into this area, whether it be whatever multiple developments that are pending between First and Main, et cetera. So just curious about staff's perspective on that right now.
Sure. So there are benefits of that property on the rental side.
Mhm.
It is in a qualified census tract, so that offers a 30% basis boost, which when you're going through for low housing income tax credits. So that is an advantage, a tailwind on that side. Generally, we know that the Longmont Housing Authority has a development pipeline that it needs to keep fresh, checking out their budget projections going out the next 10 years or so. So there is a desire there to look at this site to help serve that need. Generally, though, we have not, the site is 2.5 acres large. We still need to do conceptual design to see about how much space is available, what the unit yield could be, considerations for right-of-way and storm drainage. All of that needs to be looked at in a conceptual phase, which would come once we have site control. And financial modeling is what we've already dipped our toes into to see what opportunities are out there for this site that could match up with a unit yield. So the door is still open for the type of housing that we put there, or a mix of types of housing. That door is still open.
So what has that modeling, if it's been done to this point in terms of financial situation, what does that model show us about potentially home ownership as an option on this site? It sounds, you said rental, there's benefits. And I understanding True North is kind of the background in my mind for how difficult it is to actually do this. What's the analysis showing so far?
So far, the financial modeling consultant that we have is a low-income housing tax credit consultant, because we needed to tell them, we needed them to tell us what are those advantages, what are they looking like. What we know from the homeownership side is there aren't specific tailwind advantages for financing out there. However, what we do know from building True North is all of the levers that need to be pulled to make that a success. Land price is one of them. The price on this land is more market rate than a situation like True North. So there's one tailwind, headwind, I should say. Got them backwards. And then other than that, we are still seeing what other types of opportunities could come forward.
And then just because this space in this area has become a bit of a community space of late, for example, 4th of July, et cetera, I think First Fridays are there as well. Can you walk us through timeline in terms of acquisition to development and what we're kind of thinking about some of and I know this is a multi-department conversation, but what we're thinking about some of the spaces that have been used on this site or the community events that are happening there right now?
Sure. So on the timeline for the sale. So we do have a 60-day due diligence period that would follow execution of this purchase and sale agreement. And then we have an option to close that goes up to July 30th. So that's our goal, is a July closing. In terms of the long-term schedule, the plan is to be in pre-development until about 2028. It might take, if there is a LIHTC component, we know that would take probably more than one submittal to get through, but that's a target that we're working towards. And if that is feasible, then we'd be delivering product in about 2030. As far as opportunities for other uses in that time frame?
Yeah, we're having that conversation that in terms of once we have site control, how do we partner with the other departments to make sure that if we need it for that type of event, then we can. The interesting piece about that location is there's another project that's been in the process between First and Boston that could change things on its own that we have to deal with. I think if we can back up, I think when we say everything's on the table, part of what we discussed is, back to your first question, when we're looking at yields, it's also looking at site planning to understand, can we achieve a mix? If we can achieve a mix, what does that really mean to the pro forma in terms of looking at a broad-based approach to, can we trip different levers? I think we just don't know at that point in terms of the site planning. So we've definitely heard council in terms of their desire. We've got to run all of those options, and that's something that we will be talking to you all as we come back. So it's not like we're just going to charge forward and come up with something and not talk to the city council about this. We will be communicating in terms of, here's what the options are, here's what the pros, here's what the cons are, here are the levers as we're moving through the process. So I wanted to clarify that. We're trying to figure out creative ways to deal with this.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, and the other thing, we're going to work with each other across departments to make sure that we can continue what we're doing to a certain extent. What I would say is we actually bid on that parcel. And so whether it was us, there was probably going to be another group coming in on it. Why it was attractive is because it is in the transit-oriented development area, which allows us to leverage state resources as part of what we're looking at in another funding arm.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you saying, Harold, that you hear council and kind of the conversations we've had more broadly about housing mix, about ownership, about all those things. And I just want to plant my flag on this site and say I'll be supporting it for site selection, with the hopes that that continues to be something staff looks at, regardless of whether we're evaluating LIHTC now. But hopefully we can continue to explore, especially as we're talking about several hundred rental units coming into this area in the next couple of years. So thanks.
Okay. Did you want to, oh, I see other names in the queue now. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Molly. What is the benefit of the city buying this versus a private entity taking this and developing it?
So generally, one thing we did before we get to private entities, we did analyze, did it make sense for the housing authority to put in that bid? But I think the city putting in the bid instead of the housing authority offers more flexibility for us to look at those options and also see how that does play with the other transit-oriented development that's coming into downtown. In terms of the city versus other private entities, the private entity, we know that other LIHTC developers, private LIHTC developers were interested in the site. We know other market rate developers were interested in the site. I think what is advantageous to the city to making a move on this is thinking broadly about that area, also bringing in our knowledge and resources to help look at all of the options at that site. Anything you want to add, Harold?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we can lean into the affordability piece in a different way in terms of how we can approach it and what we can look at versus on the other side, when you tend to see the LIHTC come in, it tends to be very focused on it's going to come in, they're going to purchase it, they're going to look at LIHTC, they're going to want to partner with us potentially, and it is going to be rental. So I think the flexibility really gives us the chance to play with different models and try to figure out, is there a good mix? Now, I can't look to the future and say what the financials are going to look like, but I think that's the biggest difference, is flexibility, creativity, and then at the end of the day, we'll lean into the affordability piece. Similar to what you saw when we did Ascent and those types of things. That's where the qualified census tract makes a big difference, because those community-facing activities that qualify, they actually can participate in basis in this area. So where we had to generate outside revenue going for grants and things for childcare at Ascent, that actually can be included in the basis of the project, that's why that site was attractive when we started looking at it, because it does give us more flexibility. And as I indicated, competing for the TOD funding sources that the state has to bear, similar to what we did when we got the $4 million grant for the transit station on 1st and Main. That's within that defined area. So
this is really leaning into that area. It's really leaning into the 1st and Main train, or the train station, hopefully that will be coming soon. The 1st and Main bus station, Front Range Community College. All of these dominoes kind of are interconnected.
Right.
And then I'm assuming that our downtown businesses will also benefit from this because additional foot traffic within walking distance as well.
Yeah, and that's a piece that we've talked to the DDA about, because a lot of times on these LIHTC projects, if you come into an SLP, then it's tax exempt. We've openly talked to Kimberly about looking at some type of pilot payment in lieu of taxes coming in.
And Kimberly is?
DDA, Downtown Development Association, sorry about that, to look at how do we include a pilot component into this project so that it's also feeding the broader system as a whole.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Christ.
So Molly, what are the chances of having attainable for sale in this area?
That would take kind of what we reviewed during the urban renewal meeting last month, kind of showing what it takes in terms of subsidy to provide home ownership, both at the affordable level and the attainable level, and what it provides to subsidize affordable rentals for our lowest income families. When it comes to bringing in an attainable, we know that the amount of subsidy required ranges from $50,000 to $100,000 per unit. And so it's really going to be about resources, time, because what we want to make sure is we give True North its chance to show us what that market looks like, what products work and don't work, how the buyer pool is looking.
So all of that knowledge we want to gain from True North and be able to make future decisions, including at sites like this.
Well, how soon do you think you'll have that information from True North? Will you have it before July of 2028? Or
No, and we wouldn't be necessarily required to make that call by July of what the best use at the site is. And that would be, again, like Harold said, we'd be bringing that conversation to you all. I think True North, here's where it sits. In phase one, which is 52 units, we have about 20 under contract. We are still working on getting the buyer pool fit for the units that we have. So it is not, that's a great sell rate for a development that doesn't even have an open model yet to show. That's pretty good. But we really want to see what it really takes to fill those units in a speed that makes sense for a development and a developer to want to replicate that model.
What we're trying to learn from True North is really how does income qualifications fit into that market? Because what we're seeing is that, unfortunately, and I think this was the sobering piece for us, is we have a lot of folks that actually make enough money to get through the first phase of the qualification process, where we're seeing people get stuck. And you'll hear me refer to it as they end up getting washed out of the process, is because it's things like debt to income ratio and these other pieces. That's what we're really trying to watch, because in order to get your price points down, your carrying costs that you're building into the debt in terms of building that product is pretty tight. So it's not like a typical for sale product where you have a longer road and carrying costs to hold those houses vacant. That's the challenge that you're trying to do, because to squeeze the price point down, you have to squeeze your carrying costs, which means they can't remain vacant for long. That's what we're really trying to see in terms of what that looks like and how it comes together. That ultimately becomes really the headwind and the tailwind of the project, because that's going to determine what's the subsidy that you have to put into it. That's the modeling that we have to go through.
And I also would add that in the current market, we opened True North in this market. It's harder than it was a couple years ago for buyers to get in. And what we want to make sure is that the buyer pool for True North, we're not poaching from it by spreading ourselves too thin, but then be able to react if future market conditions make it easier for buyers and that buying power frees up, be ready to respond as well. So it's really a balancing act with capacity, because it is, home ownership is a heavy programming lift on the city side when we are right there hand in hand with those buyers all the way through. And so how much capacity do we have to build and then also support through the buying process and make sure that we are hitting the supply just right?
So you mentioned that the land price is part of the issue in terms of for sale. So is there an advantage in timing of waiting, or would you consider holding the property until the you know what I'm saying, the timing and the money work?
I mean, even if we planned it just right to hit at the exact right time, the market would probably change on us, which is what happened when we started True North versus when we opened our first unit. So I don't know if we could perfectly time it, but I'd rather be further along and ready to react quicker than having to start the process once we see signs of improving.
Right. There's a lot of density right down there right now. So I'm just wondering if you would keep that open for a time if you purchase the property.
Well, one of the challenges that we have, we're utilizing the Boulder County 1B funding. And
so there's a deadline to that funding.
So
it's a 2-year deadline.
They have also created deadlines. Now, we're in conversations about the fact that a 2-year deadline on a project is
pretty aggressive
timeline if we look at the things we've been involved in. That may be where the mix of types of housing makes sense. We just have to site plan it, because it may be that it could work. If you do a little bit of both, then maybe you start the one that potentially is a rental site first, and it gives you some capacity to deal with what you're going to do for sale second, and as you're managing. So that's why we're saying we don't know. We've just got to start running through all of those traps to figure out that type of work. High level, we've looked at it. We don't spend a lot of time really digging into design until we actually have site control.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief here. So just to kind of get us up to the 10,000 foot level for a second on this, what we're really talking about is acquiring additional land so that the housing authority can effectively continue to serve the people in our community that can least afford to live in this region. And what that exact percentage of AMI will be for this property, we haven't figured out yet. But part of the reason why there's a low-income housing tax credit availability there, part of the reason why there was competition in the market for that LIHTC, that low-income housing tax credit incentive, and the other state and relevant county and state incentives that are applicable, is because it allows, whether it's the city as a developer or the private sector as a developer, to basically tap into and try to build housing to meet that need, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
And the main reason, Harold, I heard you describe, we're going to bring all the flexibility, creativity, and affordability toolkit to bear here. The main reason we have to bring that level of a toolkit is because to build for sale affordable housing in this state, in this market, we're navigating the construction defects law at the state level, correct?
Yeah, that's a big piece. I mean, when you look at it, if you were able to build condos and didn't have to deal with the insurance issues and ultimately the risk, which adds a lot of cost.
Right, because then you could build more units, but still make the offer for sale options.
For sale options, and you could do what some communities do, where they actually, it looks like it's a multifamily complex, but I've seen some places that do a mix of for sale condos in with rental. That's the problem.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm going to try to channel this part of the conversation to a future discussion. I know we have an upcoming, I don't know if it's in the next couple of weeks, but sometime this summer, a meeting with our state delegation and representatives. And I think what's sometimes missing in the housing affordability conversation when we have it at the state level is examples. And I think this is a great example when we have a project where we'd like to try to do this, and we are trying to leverage the toolkit. So can we... I look forward to voting for this and advancing this through, but can we use this as one of many documented examples of situations where this law at the state level is an impediment to some of the goals we're trying to achieve?
Yes, and we can actually use True North as an example. I think the insurance cost added $20,000 to $30,000 per unit of pure cost.
Thank you.
So that brought it from an 80% AMI household being able to afford the home to it having to be a 100% AMI household having to afford the home because of that insurance policy.
Yeah, this is what I want them to understand at the state level too. So thank you.
Okay, great. Okay. Do you have a question? Do you have a question? Okay.
I sure
Do you have a
do.
question?
It's a really quick question,
Okay.
Molly. Can you remind me, the properties just right across the street, the new builds next to the business right there?
The granary?
Uh-huh. Is that what they're called, the granary?
Those 3-story
Yeah.
narrow, yes.
Okay, and who built those?
That is Brian Baer's development group. I don't know his exact development group name, but the same developers as South Main Station.
Okay, so it wasn't like Habitat or like any of our nonprofit partners?
And those are rentals.
And those are rentals. That was
Yes.
my other question. And what would you consider those? Would they be townhome condos? Like, what are those?
I would say those are townhome rentals, and they're market rate.
Okay. Okay, I was just curious because they went up and I thought, we're having lots of discussions around townhomes and condos and different things like that, but I'm seeing them built here and there, and I was just trying to understand if that was one of our nonprofit developers, but it wasn't. This
No.
is a market rate.
And a rental townhome does not trigger the same construction defect challenges as a for sale townhome.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it. That was my question.
Okay.
So, Okay, let's go ahead. Do I have a motion to approve this item? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Prieto to approve Resolution 2026-21, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. We are now on to item, was it F, pulled by Councilmember Marcin.
Hi, thank you so much. I see Cammie coming down. So, and I appreciate to staff's kind of the getting on it today when I sent an email and the back and forth and the helpful information to catch me up and sending it out to all of us on council. I am specifically interested and have some questions and concerns about the direct camera system. And I pronounce direct, right? I'm assuming that we'll be piloting as part of the grant.
It's pronounced Dirk.
Dirk. I don't know. Oh,
no, you're
Dirk,
fine.
yes.
It's spelled weird.
Yeah, it is spelled weird. I understand the goal. I have some questions. My understanding is the cameras don't just track data, right? They're also designed to some degree to help predict human behavior, analyze human behavior at intersections, how cars navigate. So that sounds pretty high tech to me. And as we all know, there has been a great deal of conversation in our community of late about camera tech, about surveillance, AI. So I'm not saying these are ALPRs. They certainly are not LPRs or anything like them. They are not. But can you help me and the public understand a little bit better about why we chose this vendor, the process that got us here? I know this has been a long 2-year process to work through this grant. Talk to us a little bit. And it's not, and this is one part of the grant, but I'm specifically curious about this part and the vendor specifically and the tech.
Yeah, so this project kind of started off actually quite a few years ago, even before I was with the city. Jork was kind of new on the market. They were kind of one of the first ones to have, it's called near-miss analysis. So the big push for this was constant calls for service we get is, hey, I almost got hit by a car, or a guy pulled out in front of me, almost hit him. Someone ran a red light. Someone was driving the wrong way in traffic. The hard part with getting those calls is there's no way to verify them. We get some calls that are valid. We get some calls that maybe aren't so valid. So with this system, we're aiming to do is be proactive and looking at our major intersections where we're having accidents, where we can look at police reports, but also look at near misses, where we might have 20 near misses to one crash. But because we're not looking at what might happen or what was nearly didn't happen by a few inches, we don't get that information. So we're trying to be proactive and look at our intersections on a whole level and how we can prevent accidents from happening in the future. And as we make those changes, we can see how the intersection changes, whether we reduce the near misses, wrong way driving, red light running, on an engineering standpoint, not an enforcement, to help deter negative behaviors.
Thank you for that. And based on the conversation with staff and all of you today, it sounds like the retention policy retains 15 seconds of video around a recorded incident. Stop me if I'm wrong about any of this, but one of the other pieces that I had a question about is the retention policy. You mentioned that it's going to be set by the city, right? Or that it's set by cities. Can you clarify whether we're going to have a defined retention policy in place before these get deployed and what that might look like? In terms of how long we're going to hold on to the data that it does trigger?
Yeah, so generally what we want to keep this data for is for analytic purposes. So the system doesn't run like our community care program cameras do, where they record 24/7, and then after, I believe, 14 days, they get deleted and rewritten over. This system just flags events when they happen. It doesn't have a continuous recording operation in it. So when we are looking at making changes, I think a change that was outlined in the previous presentation was protected intersections with protected green arrows only. So when we're looking at maybe changing intersection to protected only, how many near misses do we get because of the yellow, and not just because of cars on cars, but versus pedestrians and bikes? We do see a lot of those instances. We did demo this system in 2023 for a few months. And we saw lots of instances where cars were turning and pedestrians had the right of way. We also saw where cars had the right of way and pedestrians just went. So it's a way we can be proactive, but also educating both drivers and pedestrians and bicyclists how to operate the roadway and provide hard evidence.
Go ahead, Kim.
I was just going to add the parameters that will get set up with the vendor will be set up during the scope of work contracting process. So we'll want to make sure that it matches the criteria we set up for the exact evaluation project, since this is a demonstration project, to decide if we would like to use this in perpetuity, moving forward or not. So the parameters in the contract with the vendor will be set during the scope of work and contracting process with the vendor.
Based partly, I guess, on the pilot trial that you did previously in 2023 and just your own understanding of the system, are there any circumstances where you think the footage collected here could be used, reviewed for enforcement? I know it is not an enforcement tool either from us or any other agency, including federal agencies, but can you imagine a circumstance where that would happen?
The only circumstance I could see is if there was a really crash that was reported on, they could look back and see that the system does tag crash incidences. But I would say at the intersections we're proposing some of this technology, we already have existing community cameras there that do have recording. So it'd be kind of redundant. This system just is there to flag events when they do happen.
Okay.
And they don't necessarily happen in real time, so it takes time for that to process. So it wouldn't be a very advantageous tool for public safety to use.
Last question. Thank you, Mayor. Considering it's a federal grant, are there circumstances, I guess what I'm specifically asking is, if federal or outside agencies requested access to the data that we had here, how would the city handle that?
As far as access to the system itself, they would not have any access to the system.
Even if they asked for it?
Correct.
Okay.
Through the grant, we are providing kind of a before and after study period to see the effectiveness of the system as part of the Safer Streets for All grant. But that's providing a report of, hey, we have this many accidents or instances before we made any changes, and then after the changes, this is the improvements, the degradation, and then we can say because of this system, we were able to do X. And that's what our report would be.
But the boilerplate language in the grant, to my understanding, is that it does not prevent you necessarily from doing that, and it says we have to apply with all applicable federal law, which is boilerplate, I understand, creates some space that gives me just a minute to think for a little bit. So thank you for the time. Yeah.
Okay. So did you want to move this?
No,
Okay. Oh, sit with it. Okay. Councilmember Prieto.
So I'm just trying to understand the need for this technology. And you guys gave a wonderful presentation, so I think I've kind of like put it together in my head how it could complement our current technology that we have, adding to the data. And so it sounds like these cameras would help provide data, not necessarily when crashes happen, which we collect on the other map, the crash data map. Right, that only monitors like crashes and accidents, versus this monitors like close calls. So when we talk about like some of our neighbors who report to us like, my kids almost got hit 5 times in this intersection, but we can't prove it because they didn't get hit. And so therefore it may not show up as a priority. And so it seems like these cameras are going to start capturing those, and then you guys will be combining both of those data pieces together, which will further drive kind of those priority locations throughout the city, so that way we can start implementing safety measures. Is that correct?
Yeah. Councilmember Priti, I think you got it really right. Is that, and the current cameras and historically too have really only focused on vehicles. So this allows us to see more than just the vehicles and get a better sense of bicyclist counts, pedestrian counts in a way that we don't necessarily currently or haven't had. And so it gives us a better data set, a bigger data set, and more accurate data set as far as multimodal data, instead of just one mode, which has historically been focused on vehicles.
Okay.
The way I think
and then we can be proactive, to your point, is we don't have to wait for the crash to happen and be reactive to it. We can be proactive with the data.
Okay.
The simple way that I explain it is if you look at any kind of business, you have leading indicators and you have lagging indicators.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, traffic accidents are lagging indicators because events happen, and then you're trying to deal with it and ascertain what happens. What they're going to be able to see is actually a leading indicator, because the near misses and identifying what's causing the near misses actually is a leading indicator that lets them make adjustments prior to having an accident. So I look at it as one's reactionary by nature, the other's proactive by nature in the leading lagging indicator analogy.
Perfect.
And that's exactly what the demonstration project, in addition to what Kyle said, we're going to be able to see, does this software tell us what we want it to before we go all in on it? We might find that it's not necessarily what we want. Other communities have found success, so we want to make sure before we do go all in on this specific software or something like it, that it actually works and gives us the information we need to do that proactive work. So that's why it's a demonstration project, not an installation across the system right off the bat.
Okay, and remind me how many cameras?
It's 10 locations with paired cameras, so we can get multi-directional.
Okay, and would those just go in some of the hot spots, or how are we determining location?
Yeah, we had to pre-list that in our application, and so we used our current crash data to help prioritize locations that were of interest.
Okay.
And some of it was where we didn't necessarily have camera data, and some was where we knew we needed it, or we
Yeah.
wanted to supplement.
Yeah, and I think I'm mainly interested too in like those spaces that neighbors are talking about that are not necessarily in major intersections, but kids are like getting nearly missed or hit and things are not working properly. And so I guess we can start here.
And that's the potential, is if
Yeah.
the software tells us what we're interested in, then that means we could have a wider deployment in the near future and put it in
Other
other places that are looking different than like our red light and speed camera, data that have parameters or restrictions around them in different ways. This could go out on a wider deployment.
So it's kind
and
of
be
like
helpful.
our mobile speed camera, but it would work kind of opposite in really understanding what the problem is in that intersection in that area. Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. We have some wonderful boards. What has the Transportation Advisory Board? Have you all presented this to them? What was their reaction? Can you give us some feedback on what our Transportation Advisory Board has advised us on?
I believe 2 years ago, when we applied or after we applied and got the award, was the first time the board was given or we presented about the SS4A that we were applying, and then when we were awarded. And we got positive feedback to go, kind of go forth, get this money, and, they saw the 3 projects, so they were supportive at the time.
And what was some of the feedback on I'm leading the witness because I was on that board. But what was some of the feedback when you showed the footage? And can you give me a recap of that meeting, of what their reactions were?
I'm not sure I'm actually even recalling exactly which meeting or what picture. Do you?
Kyle does.
Very vague, but I believe it was generally positive because a lot of our focus was pedestrian bicycle safety. Because a lot of the concerns is high impacts at intersections, and especially when cars aren't paying attention on the right turn lane or left turn lanes or blowing through red lights. How are we, protecting bicyclists and pedestrians? That's my recollection. It was a couple of years ago, so.
Was that the 17th of May?
Yep.
Yes.
I'll tell you what my reaction is. We have a really big problem with people running red lights, not turning, not paying attention when they're turning, almost hitting pedestrians. And it was one of those moments when they presented it to me. I was like, this is a really big problem because, and why it's resonated with me is, I'm going to roughly give you the numbers. 15,000-ish ran red lights in a 3-month period. I think if you took those that got stuck in the intersection, I use like a 30% kind of number. I think we're still in about in 3 months, 9 or 10,000 people that ran the red light at that location. And also knowing that that is a location where we've had a lot of significant accidents. I was taken aback by the trial and what it showed. So my reaction was, we've got a problem, and this is really good data because it actually makes us smarter in addressing this problem.
Yeah, and one of the things that I noticed on that board is I saw a near miss with a bicycle and a vehicle that was running red light. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh wow, like you can actually capture that and see that in the data. So I appreciated seeing that demonstration. It definitely resonated with me at the time. Thank you.
Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Marcin's line of questioning just to kind of understand how this fits into our broader kind of camera ecosystem here. Just a very straightforward question here, Cammie or Kyle. Like, what level of personal information or vehicle-specific information do these systems collect?
They do not collect any personal identification with the vehicle, license plate, markings, color, make. It's just basically a spatial analysis tool. So it can identify it's a vehicle, it'll identify it's a person or a bicyclist. But that's all information it gives as far as identifiable. The way the cameras are mounted and established, you can't see license plates, you can't see drivers. It's more of like a bird's eye view.
Yeah, you can see the color of the vehicle and maybe make out the make if you're a car person.
But at this moment, they don't have any processing to
they're not
ascertain those vehicles.
What you're saying is if you looked at an individual image, you could see the color and make of a car potentially, but you couldn't, one, make out the license plate, and two, the system itself from a software capability is not extracting that as specific data.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. And then, I think to the extent possible, I found the images that you shared with us very, very helpful. To the extent we can think about those for future council comms and packets, that would be appreciated, especially when we're dealing with images and visuals. I think it just help the public understand kind of what is or isn't being captured and what kind of, this is giving us great situational awareness of traffic incidents to Councilmember Kalkoffer's point. And the city manager Harold Dominguez's point. So I think it's just helpful probably for others to see too.
And I think to that point too, it will help us with funding when we can point to images that demonstrate what we're asking for money for versus just anecdotal storytelling. So it's really going to help us get the resources we need to make the changes we need.
Thank you in advance, CDOT.
Yeah. Okay, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, we've gone in depth on some of this, and I was just going to add that most of these cameras are going to be directed to watch interactions, not necessarily focus on the car or the person, which I think is the concern. But you're actually going to focus on and measure, I guess, probably interactions to see, close calls, near misses, and also timing with lights and what have you.
Right, and it will really give us that multimodal perspective instead of just a single mode perspective.
Right. Okay. And thank you for pointing out that there was phase 2 is only for analysis, not enforcement. That it was helpful to have that in the packet.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so the motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that item carries 6-1 with Councilmember Marcin in opposition. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to general business. We are at item A, Atwood Commons request for additional fee waiver and affordable housing fund allocation request. So this is presented by Molly O'Donnell and team.
Mayor and members of council, I am going to be introducing today a developer that we've been working with for some time on a couple of different projects for the Atwood Commons project. I'm just going to give a little bit of an intro of why we're here and then let him present his request, well, the team, I should say, together. The LHA awarded the Atwood Commons project 8 project-based vouchers in 2023. This is back when the last year that vouchers were in a good funding situation, and that was awarded contingent upon tax credit approval. So Atwood then received tax credit approval, and we pulled up all of our tools and the powers that be with our HUD voucher funding. And because of HUD's funding situation, we are not able to deliver on the commitment to deliver those project-based vouchers. This really is a sign of the times with our federal funding situation, and this is how this ends up playing out in the real world. So because of that, there is a gap on this project, and it is coming in at the 11th hour. And I will just say that it is extraordinary for a project to get this far along and lose a funding source of this magnitude at this late in the game. So I'll preface with that, and then I'll let Tyler come on up and present the project to you. Got it? Here, actually, you can stay there. We'll do this.
Perfect. Thank you, Molly. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. 10 p.m. I appreciate your time and attention. So yeah, Atwood Commons is an affordable housing development funded by low-income housing tax credits. And we've been working in concert with LHA on this opportunity since 2022. And walking through the project itself, we are actually, the site is located 3 blocks east of here on 3rd and Atwood. It represents 72 units for individuals and families, 1 and 2 bedroom units. 75% of those units, so 54 of the 72, are 2 bedroom units. And we're excited about it because it represents an offering for urban families within a TOD neighborhood in a designated area of change. And we are going to be supported by services from our center, which is a block away. Their headquarters and all the good that they've done for the community for over 38 years really works in concert with Atwood Commons. And I remember my first meeting with Mark Cowell over there. He was like, we could lease this building up in a week. I didn't put that in my underwriting, though. In addition to this opportunity, we're actually providing each household an RTD NECO pass to further supplement and bolster ridership and connectivity throughout the region. So walking through the past few years, our site plan was approved May of 2024, and most recently in the round 2 of 2025, we were awarded tax credits. These tax credits represent the majority of the financial sources for the project, roughly $19 million of the $31 million project cost. So we're very grateful for that. And we are actually in the permitting process currently. We submitted our first round for permits in March, and actually, as of today, just received comments. I won't be able to field questions on that because I haven't digested them yet. But we are planning groundbreaking in July based on that permitting process. So if we walk all the way back to starting in 2022 and where we sit today, I think Molly's very accurate in saying we are in the 11th hour. When we look at these developments, it really just comes down to the math. And the 8 project-based vouchers and what you're looking at represents the gap that's created by the reduction in the operating income of the property, which in effect reduces our permanent loan proceeds just under $1.4 million. And so tonight we have 2 options to request, which is a 75% fee waiver request and a 100% fee waiver request. Those amounts then will in turn affect our future AHF funding requests, which is detailed in the next slides. So currently through policy, $190,000 of our fees were waived based on our unit mix that serves from 30 to 80% area median income, averaging 55%, and therefore $655,000 of fees would be due. At the option one, 75% fee waiver, $491,000 would be waived and $211,000 would be due. And then option two would be the entirety of the $655,000. In turn, to close that $1.4 million gap, what we would be requesting is if no additional fee waivers were granted, so I guess that is technically option one, we would be requesting the full just under $1.4 million. At the 75% fee waiver amount, it would be $900,000, and then at the 100% fee waiver amount, it would be $740,000. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to take over and give some staff analysis of our overall funding situation in light of that request. So typically we put out our Affordable Housing Fund funding cycle just about this time every year. That cycle and application period just closed yesterday, so we do have an early look at what our application picture is looking like. We put out a conservative estimate of $2 million that we could award out of the Affordable Housing Fund, plus the $2.8 million of 2027 Affordable and Attainable Housing Tax proceeds. Meaning the 2025 and 2026 proceeds of those are associated with that 180 Emory purchase that we just heard about. So this is future funds. We always put out, in terms of the Affordable Housing Fund, we always put out a conservative estimate at the beginning because we are putting out those calls for applications too early in our 2027 budgeting process to know for certain what we would have available to award. So it's always a conservative estimate. And then by the time we are doing the award recommendations and bringing those to council, typically in June, we have a lot more of the city budget finalized. So I'm mentioning that because we put out a $2 million estimate, but we have made it far enough in our city budgeting process that we could have closer to $3 million available for funding this year to put out for projects. So that's conservative to the opposite of conservative, somewhere in there. So I got that information this evening. So what you see here is from this morning, because this is how fast things are moving. But if the preferred award of affordable housing funds of $742,000 and change, meaning that pairs with a 100% fee waiver, was approved by council, then we would have, according to the chart here, still $1.2 million to put out. That now is ranging between 1.2 and 2.2. Here's the other requests that we've received to date, and I'm not going to speak too much about the feasibility of these requests. We have not yet done any of that analysis. That will come forward to you all in June. But here's the very basics of the requests out there. So from what we are seeing, we would, if all these requests are valid and feasible, then we likely do have capacity to still award out the requests as they are here. I just want to make sure that that is known because it is, again, not typical for us to bring forward an advance award request outside of that typical process. This is a project that has already been vetted by the Housing and Human Service Agency Fund from the original award of $1 million from a couple years ago. Also, our more recent requests for the larger scale projects, it is not uncommon to be in the $1 to $2+ million range in terms of those Affordable Housing Fund awards. For example, Ascent got a $1.8 million award. So just for context and comparison. I'm helping you. So I summarize this here, and we can go back to any slides that you would want to, but there's two questions up for council tonight, and they are dependent upon each other. First, should an additional fee waiver be granted? And if yes, how much should that waiver be? And then a follow-on question that should say number 2, not number 1, but that's okay. Should an advance award of affordable housing funds be granted to fill that remaining gap? Yes or no? And I basically made that a yes or no because there is no other funding source available, so we're not necessarily working with an alternative number amount. I would say that from my perspective, I'm going back up to this comparison for you for these questions. From the staff perspective, there's a scale to consider here. Fee waivers means this is unearned revenue. This is not lost revenue that was anticipated. It's unearned revenue for the future. Yes, fee waivers do end up impacting how rate structures are set up down the road. Also, I wanted to make sure you realize that it doesn't look like perfect math here, because 190,000 is not 50% of 145, but that means that those are the administratively waived fees. So when we move into option 1 and 2, we are talking strict 75% of the total bill or 100% of the total bill. So there's some clarifications I wanted to make. So I'll pause here if there's any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Prieto.
Thanks, Molly. Just a question for you. So if I heard you correctly, you said we could fund, if we did the 100%, we could fund the other requests in full as they...
That is looking likely.
Okay. And then with that being said, how do you, just like estimating, how ready are those projects to break ground?
So that is part of the analysis that we'll do with the applications themselves. So I don't have that information in full today.
It was just due yesterday,
Okay,
so
yeah.
I don't blame you. Okay, perfect. That was my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, I see. Councilmember Popkin.
Well, I greatly appreciate the deference there, Councilmember Marsing. Thank you, Tyler and company, including our housing folks. I know we're already at 10:15 in the evening, so as late as it is for us, this is our usual Tuesday nightlife. This is not yours. Thank you. This is a really interesting situation. Molly, I really appreciated our back and forth today via email, just clarifying a few things, because I was trying to understand, like, are we setting a precedent here, especially with the late timing? Like, we certainly don't want to encourage, like, hey, we're just going to drop a few things off, or like our budget changed, please come and give us extra money. And I know that's not the situation, but I do want the public to understand that that's not the situation either. Because the project-based vouchers, can you explain a little bit more about how that integrates into the financials for this? And again, remind us of the timing of when you were banking on that effectively.
So I'll start with just the basics on project-based vouchers, then I'll hand it over for the financial impact. Project-based vouchers, basically when you're running a HUD, Housing Choice Voucher Program, you're allowed to set aside a certain number of those vouchers to be project-based, which means they live with the unit and the people move in and out, versus tenant-based, which is the voucher moves with a person and the unit can change. So when those project-based vouchers are attached to a unit, that turns out to be a financing tool, because that shows basically up as guaranteed revenue for a period of time. And that is really one of the major tools that allow us to build income restricted units at the lowest affordability levels. That's pretty critical to being able to do so without just straight up subsidy. So that's kind of the basics on project-based vouchers. I'll turn it over for finance.
Yeah, I would think of them, the original program would have been HAP contracts or Section 8 vouchers. And it's essentially a revenue supplement that allows specifically LIHTC developments or affordable housing where it's income restricted to deepen affordability. So, from inception, we wanted to make sure that we were serving those with the greatest need in the community. And so that voucher supplement pays to a payment standard and would supplement our 30% AMI units. At Atwood Commons, we have 13. So those 8 vouchers were able to increase our revenue by paying that payment standard, at least in concept. And, in increasing the revenue, we then have more operating income and then can really satisfy more permanent debt. So that's how this gap has emerged really since March of this year. So, you know, if we were awarded in October, you know, 5 months after that low-income housing tax credit award. So, you know, that's the instance in which the over $100,000 of lost revenue kind of works its way through the model. And the timing itself is extenuating, just knowing how far along we are in the process, with really the objective of breaking ground in July.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Molly, I also asked you about the precedent that we'd be setting, if any, with this decision in terms of a 100% fee waiver. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate, like, is this the first time we're running into this situation? And if not, could you give us a little bit more context for that?
This is not the first time that we've run into a gap financing situation. This is the first time we have run into it because of a lost previously committed situation, commitment.
Yeah.
In terms of precedent, so council has already directed staff, and we've made program changes to allow 100% fee waiver for affordable for sale developments across the board. We have brought forward, the applicants, whether that was the housing authority or otherwise, have brought forward requests for additional fee waivers on rentals in the past. So council granted 100% fee waiver for Zinnia, permanent supportive housing, and 100% fee waiver for the in-betweens Wesley homes. And then Ascent was granted a 75% fee waiver, and that was what that gap matched. So they didn't need 100% fee waiver in that instance.
Thank you. That's very helpful context. Then the third thing I wanted to, we clarified, so I'll just state for the record and for my fellow council members, just as a reminder, when we're looking at the kind of second decision on, you know, whether to grant the additional basically financing there that Molly was presenting on, that is a repayable loan that gets reinvested back into the system, which I think is, you know, it's not, it's lower cost money, but it's not free money, and it's coming back in for us to then reinvest in future projects. That makes this decision easier for me. Then I look at kind of the number of units that we have, and this is where Proposition 123 really kicks in. And Molly, you shared some of the data of we have to hit a target I believe, is it this year or next year of 304? This year, at the end of this calendar year?
Yes.
We have to have hit 304 affordable units under
Derestricted units.
Thank you.
The Prop 123 program out of the state, they're opening up some flexibility for communities like Longmont that do have a different
that are
affordability
awesome.
matrix. Yes. Different affordability matrix across the board, but it's still, the closer we can to closing that gap, the better.
So right now, we have there were 158 units, 24 units, 75 in the pipeline. That could leave us with a gap, if you take out this project, of 47 units.
Correct.
And we would bring 50 that would be eligible into this with this project?
Correct.
That are Prop 123 capable. So that basically hits our target.
It does.
Thank you.
Assuming the other projects that are also anticipated to go forward this year also hit. So yes.
Sure. And if for some reason one of those doesn't hit, then this one still brings us closer to hitting that target. Okay. And then the last kind of maybe just broader point I wanted to remind council and maybe the public is in the council comm, there's a really nice, very helpful chart in terms of the types of unit breakdown and the percentage of units by percent of, or the number of units by percent of the area median income. And just, you know, just as a reminder, as we're thinking about this, 50% of the area median income for two people, for a two-person household is about $56,000. And that's their income, and we're trying to house people who are really, I mean, this is who this project is for. And there are 38 units that are 50% or below AMI, and then another 12 at 60%, another 12 at 70%, and another 10 at 80%. Everyone who would be housed by this project would be 80% AMI or below. And I think when we think about the challenges that we're seeing across the region, the overall affordability gaps that we're seeing, and the cost of living challenges, this fits squarely in advancing this. I am leaning towards very much supporting this relatively unusual request.
Yeah. No, I agree, and I think many of us here agree as well. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So Molly, I noticed there's, to Councilor Popkins' point of view, about 22 units that are 60% and above AMI. And I know that the LHA has trouble filling some of those levels in our own properties. So I'm wondering what would be different in this property.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and it's a dynamic that's recently emerged as we've seen market rate supply hit the market and concessions, really with market rate developments that were greenlit during COVID when debt was nothing, rents were increasing significantly, and all that supply is delivering today. And the AMI tables have continued to grow. So I think this is a unique point in time that we've actually never seen before in those market rate and affordable dynamics. What we've looked at is actually in our underwriting prior to this for our application is we still wanted to allow those income bands where people, you know, through the LIHTC program, households pay 30% of their income and they income qualify. At those higher bands, we actually underwrote 61 to 62% AMI in our pricing and in our revenue model for the 70 and 80% AMI units. So that was already kind of part of our consideration in doing our market study and ensuring viability of lease up was to temper those rents. But we figure over, you know, these compliance periods, the initial compliance period's 15 years plus another 25. You know, will that dynamic remain in place? Who knows? You know, a lot of that initial supply is going to start getting absorbed because concessions will start to go away. And we've seen this pattern in the cycles of development over time. So really the objective was to be fiscally responsible in underwriting to ensure the lease up, but also provide that spectrum of housing to the community over the course of 40 years.
Okay. Could you identify exactly how much the rent would be for 80%, 70%, and 60%?
It's a good thing I got my computer here.
I was banking on it.
So at the 70 and 80% AMI levels, with our underwriting being tempered, we're looking at 1632. Actually, on our one beds, it's all 60% AMI. So 60, 70, and 80 would price at that same level in our underwriting. And in our two beds, our 60% AMI pricing is 1952, and it barely steps up at the 70 and 80% AMI levels to 1980.
So I agree with you. I think things are changing. So what does that mean? I'm not sure we have a clear picture yet as to what that means. But do you think $1,900 is hard for people to be able to afford? So I'm concerned. I'm concerned about you being able to fill those particular units because the LHA has had a hard time filling those units as well. So I guess I'd want to sit with that for a little while and think about how that would play out with these options, because you know you have a debt then you would have to repay, and I want to see this. I want to see projects succeed. I don't want to see you in a pinch. So let me think about it more. But thank you for your information.
I agree with you. I want to see this succeed as well.
Okay. Oh, what? Okay. Do you have a motion? Is that what's going on? Is it to go as separate than our options that we have? Okay. Okay. Councilmember Prieto, and do you have another question?
Yeah,
or
just
comment?
one more question.
Yes.
Would this property have utilities included or no?
So there's a utility allowance that reduces rent. So the only utilities tenants would pay would be electricity, and telecom, and that is reduced from what that rent would be if a tenant pays 30% of their income. And I think what's worth noting in kind of these pricing tables and across the board in LIHTC is looking at the housing needs assessment in Longmont. What you see is over 50% of renters, so over half of renters, are either cost burdened or severely cost burdened. So they're paying either over 30% or 50% of their income toward rent. And the program guidelines ensure that with utilities, which is that net of utility allowance, the tenants or residents are only paying 30% of their qualified income.
Okay. And then, Molly, just a curious question, and then I'm gonna close up. Is the city of Longmont seeing more of a need for 1 to 2 bedrooms or 3 to 4 bedrooms? Because when we were talking like with St. Vrain Valley, they were talking about the student, what's the word I'm looking for? That larger bedrooms attract families with children versus just your 1 to 2 bedrooms. And so I would assume that these units might be more so fitted for small families and or single adults without children. What is the need that you're seeing in the community? Do we track that, Molly?
So we are updating our housing needs assessment right now. So I'm hoping to get some really good, more recent numbers on that. Something we did know from our last housing needs assessment in 2023 is that we did have a shortage of high bedroom number rentals. And in Ascent, I would say that we did our lower AMI high number of bedroom units went very quickly. We still do have 1 or 2 open. But generally, I think that we're seeing people are getting very creative across the board. We're seeing roommate models starting to be a thing in Longmont, and maybe particularly in this transit-oriented area. But I think that we could see a total mix of families. Sometimes if it's a single parent with children, a 2-bedroomer is appropriate. I think we see it across the board. But our housing needs assessment will hopefully give us more information about that.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your answer.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your patience, and thanks to you, Molly, and to you for doing the work. One quick question for you, Molly, and then just a comment, because I guess I want to understand just a little bit better what happened with HUD here, what that conversation was, because I'm reading it, I'm trying to read between the lines here and get a sense for things, but what their justification was, et cetera.
So basically, many housing authorities are currently closely analyzing or are definitely in a shortfall situation, meaning HUD gives you a set amount of money to operate your voucher program. You use a very complex tool and your current market data, including rents in your area, to determine how many households you could serve with that fixed amount of money. And what happened here, which is pretty common to all Colorado communities, is that our rents went up while the funding held flat. And so we can serve fewer with that same amount of money. And so when you're in a funding shortfall where your commitments to pay on your HAP contracts, housing assistance payment contracts, when that is showing to be higher than your funding amount over time, then you're watching to be in shortfall, and you could end the year in shortfall. We ended up not ending the year 2025 in shortfall by a hair, but when we ran our 2026 numbers, we are now projected to be in shortfall. And if we had committed to this, not only would we be in shortfall, but even if we weren't, we would be below the appropriate reserve amounts to hold in case of shortfall. So it was a stacked problem.
Okay, that's helpful for my understanding. And first of all, I just want to thank you. Remind me, Tyler, right? Yeah, Tyler. Thank you for being here, for doing the work, and especially for the one of the things that I think sticks out to me about this project and has from the beginning is the relationship with the Hour Center. Right. I too have had the conversation with Mark where he will tell me if I have these units, I can fill them up like that. Right. This project specifically meets a very clear need in our community. that I think the way I look at this, we made a deal collectively, right? And from no fault of anybody's own here besides market conditions, it sounds like the rug got pulled out from under all of us on a key community need project that's going to meet folks where they're at in a way that's really necessary. So with that in mind, I do feel very comfortable supporting what I hope will be a pretty rare circumstance of moving option 2, which is the 100% fee waiver, not just because we're going to move the fee waiver, not just because of the fee waiver, but also because of what it does to save us money in the Affordable Housing Fund as well and facilitate other projects down the road. So I would move the 100% fee waiver option 2 as we see on the screen and entertain a second if anybody's interested. Thanks.
So the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin to approve the 100% fee waiver, and we're doing the other part as a separate motion, correct? And
That would be helpful.
Yep, and that has been seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay. So we'll go ahead and vote on this one first.
Mayor, could you please repeat the motion?
It was to accept the 100%, I think it's up there, yeah, 100% fee waiver. Where is that? Yeah, I have the language up here. So the 100% of eligible development fee waivers, and then I think the housing affordable fund allocation will be a separate motion. So it's just for the fee waiver. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. And now we're on to the next. Do we have a motion for the second part, second request? Councilmember Marcy.
I would move option 3 that was on that previous slide, which
Where is
was
that?
the HF award of $742,842, which is the accompanying with the 100% fee waiver.
Okay, so that motion has been made for the additional Affordable Housing Fund award of $742,842. Motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Oops. Did not turn that off. Yeah, time has expired. Time to go home. Okay. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now on to item B, short-term rentals, an amendment to allow short-term rental leases for major regional events. Sounds like a big topic. Do we want to look at, are we going to be able to cover it in 20 minutes? No. I like that. Yeah, let's move it through. Okay. So Don Burchett, will be presenting.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, Don Burchett, Planning and Development Services. It's past my bedtime. My alarm already went off telling me to go to sleep. But I'm here tonight to talk to you. I do have a presentation, but to try to save some time, I'll quickly just go through and one, give everybody at home who's still watching a little bit of info, and then walk you through the items I had some questions on, and then take any questions that you had. Again, just for background, in February, the council directed staff to look at developing a targeted proposal for code modifications that generally emulated the City of Boulder's approach to short-term rentals for the upcoming Sundance Film Festival. The provisions that City of Boulder put those together, basically created a license that would be effective for 30 days. Anybody could apply for that, and with a few caveats, to have a special event license that would only be valid for the 30-day window during the Sundance Film Festival. Staff reviewed their regulations. We put together in our council communication a chart that tried to show you the City of Boulder's regulations. We identified how we've written them so far. We identified 4 questions that we had for you, one of which came up, I think, either the meeting before or 2 meetings ago, related to apartments and how we would handle those and subletting. So what I will do real quick is just go through the 4 questions that I have that I would hope that the council could give me direction on. I do, but by the time we get it up. I'm going to blame affordable housing for not exiting out of their presentation. So. All right. So again, the 4 questions that I had in your council the first one is, should any property owner versus a resident of Longmont be allowed to apply for the license? Currently in our short-term rentals, for our standard year-round short-term rental, you have to be a resident of the city of Longmont. Second question is, should a property with 2 or more dwelling units be allowed to have multiple major event licenses? So you have a home and you have an accessory dwelling unit. You want to rent out both of those during this event. Should you be allowed to get 2 licenses, or are you only allowed to have 1 on the property? This would also then potentially impact, we had a request or a question raised by BARHA, the Boulder area, and I'm not going to remember what the acronym stands for, Rental Housing Authority, there you go, asking whether or not we would also bring this question up related to apartments. So if an apartment complex, for example, had units that were not being rented out during that time, could they apply for a license and rent out their units only for that, again, that period that's designated by the city? So as an example, you have a 300 unit complex, you have a 5% vacancy rate, you have a certain number of units then that are available. Could you come in and request to have, for example, 5 of those be eligible for the permit? So that was one of the questions that was raised. The third question that we had for you is, what should the Type B license fee be set at? Currently, we charge $100 a year plus a renewal fee of $100 and a sales tax license fee of $25 for a short-term rental license. The renewal fee, $100, but I believe the sales tax license is only one time. So to get an initial start for somebody currently, they pay $125. We're asking, how much do you want to charge for this new type of license? We're also, as you saw in the materials, our short-term rentals renew every year. We're asking that the short-term rental for the festival be allowed to have a 4-year expiration date, so that we're not renewing those every year right before the event happens, which is when most people would probably remember they need to renew them. And then the final question, again, which gets back to what the council talked about subletting of rental units. Should that be allowed? If I have a rental house that I'm renting from Harold in the city of Longmont, can I sublease that out while they're having the festival? Could I come in and get a license, or would I be precluded and only Harold could do it if I was not living in the unit? So those are the questions that we had that are in your council packet, and so hopefully we can get some direction from you tonight, and then I'm here to answer any questions, which I know some of you have questions. So,
Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll try to be very quick because there's a lot of text on my screen. I did direct this after the Visit Longmont Board, which I had this conversation, and to think of the framework that staff presented is solid. I assume this is a zero reading, is that correct? So anything that changes would go through first and second? Okay, great. So I'd like to set some clear parameters tonight, so we're not relitigating fundamentals at the first reading. So for some guardrails, which I think is what you're looking for, is I want there to be a tiered license fee. So City of Longmont residents should pay $190, which is in line with Boulder. I know you said 120 is what we're charging right now for our type A, but I would like it to be in line with Boulder. And then also with non-resident property owners, I would like them to be able to qualify, but they would have to pay more. So anywhere from $300 to $400 in that range. If you don't live here, I think the fee should reflect that. The draft language is clear that Type B creates no vested rights and does not convert to Type A. So basically, I don't want somebody who has this Type B to then be grandfathered in and have a pathway to a Type A, short-term rental, because I want to preserve that. Subletting, I do support under Type B, but only if there's written owner consent and that the lease explicitly authorizes the short-term rental, because I know a lot of leases do not allow that, and I think they need to have permission from the property owner during that staff window. And then I am comfortable with the city manager or the city staff to designate the events. I don't want it just to be willy-nilly. I would like you all to have, these are the events that qualify for this type of permit. And I would also like there to be a way that city council is then brought back into the loop to be included on any reporting requirements for the council. For ADUs, I do support ADUs because right now Type A does not support short-term rentals for ADUs, and I think that ADUs are just sometimes city vacant, so I think that this Type B should include ADUs. But we should not allow Type B licenses on deed restricted affordable units. I don't want us to have these short-term rentals taking away from our affordable housing stock if they're receiving, city housing subsidies. And then the last and the most important, I'd like there to be a mandatory review. I know you're looking for a 4-year period, but I would like us to take a look either after 6 months or if we're doing 2 events to do a debrief on how it's going for city staff capacity to determine through residents and or Visit Longmont or the hotels. I'd like there to be feedback on how this is working. If it's working well, then let's keep going. If it's not working well and it's causing more work than it's worth, then I think we should revisit it. And then we'll have to figure out what to do with those fees if we're going to allow a 4-year permit, but then canceling it after a year. But I think that's the most important part. I will yield for a second to give everybody a chance to kind of marinate on that to see if anybody has any comments.
Okay. Do we have any comments or questions? And did you make was it the motion? So I'm going to second it and then, oh no, that wasn't a motion. Okay. You have a motion, but we're not ready there yet. So let's go ahead and, got it. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kalkoffer, I really think you've thought this out very well and thorough. And I think the idea of having a higher rate for non-residents kind of goes along with the same sort of thinking that we do with our pillow taxes and other things like that. So I like where you're going with this, and I appreciate your time that you took to kind of work this all out.
Okay. So, Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be quick with this because it sounds like we're going to do some wedding planning up here, which we're great at. We're so good at it. So I'll just throw in my 2 cents. My big fear here, as I think it is for a lot of folks, is you're going to have a situation where out-of-town investors buy up housing stock and turn them into short-term rentals. That's my fear, to support Sundance stock, essentially. I believe Longmont housing should be for Longmont people and Longmont residents, and that's where I'm at on one. So I appreciate the idea of tiered structures. I am not comfortable supporting a proposal that essentially, and even at a higher cost, like $300 to a multinational housing corporation did nothing. right? I'm deeply concerned about setting that structure up. So my answers were to 1 was resident only, 2, which is the, I had it up here a second ago, Don. God.
Multiple licenses.
Yeah, multiple licenses. Yes, that makes sense to me, to have somebody with multiple properties be able to apply for multiple licenses and different rental options. Fee structure, the number, I don't know. I'll let other people who have better data-driven thoughts on that move forward. 100 and somewhere between less than Boulder, cheaper than Boulder always seems to make sense to me. So like $150. I don't know. And then, yeah, and then should I absolutely think that subletting is something that does make sense to me, especially if a Longmont resident renting their home wants to get out of town for a couple of weeks and the owner of the property is comfortable with that. I don't see a regulatory reason to disapprove that. So the only big hang up I'm going to have is the resident piece. And that's my big fear here. And I'll just lay that out for my colleagues. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So my concern is how do we promote safety, minimize disruption for the neighborhoods, because that's where, complaints and disgruntledness will happen, and maximize positive effect in business within town. And I'm wondering if the answer to those questions might be that we would have a fact sheet with transportation information included and have that be part of the package when people apply for the license. In other words, to mitigate parking issues and to mitigate noise after hours or curfew, if we still have such a thing, to give this out to people in a friendly way, and then also give them information to where they can ride Longmont and where they can catch the bus and how they can get back and forth to Boulder, and maybe even a map of all the great businesses that they should visit along the way. Okay, so that's outside of your scope. So I do have answers for your 4 questions as well, but I want to just maximize this potential, and I think people will be a lot more positive about it if they see a great economic effect from it. For number 1, I agree, resident only. 2, for multi properties, for like apartment complexes, I think yes, that makes a lot of sense. I was thinking maybe 175. Maybe some small part of that could go towards this fact sheet that we would provide for them and that they need to provide to their renter. And then number 4, I'm just kind of dead set against that because there's going to be some hinkiness there, and the owner is not going to know something, and there's going to be damage or something, So I just see that as being a whole nother layer of potential concern and disgruntledness. So I'm a no on 4.
Okay. Well, sure, Nay was in the queue, so, okay. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Oh.
So, or do you want to defer? And because I did see.
I do have a quick question.
Yes.
I would like, before we get to the end of this process, for there to be staff to consult with Visit Longmont and the LTID, just to get their buy-in as well. This was directed by them, so I would like to get, once you start to get some of the framework, if it would be possible to consult with them. Would that be possible, or?
If the council makes that as a motion, then staff will take that on. If we're not directed, then I'm going to work with the attorney's office to bring you back what I'm directed to bring back.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Popkin. Oh, I put on crystals. So.
No problem. Thanks, Mayor. Well, there's a lot of ideas floating out there. I will just echo the intent of just getting some feedback from Visit Longmont and our tourism partners, as presuming that the rest of council agrees. I think that would be prudent, as they are following this closely as well. I lean towards Councilmember Marsing's thought on kind of resident only here. I did have a question for you, if you don't mind, a quick clarification. Were you opposed to the short-term rental licenses both types for non-residents there? I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't see the type B per se as being like, I'm not convinced that the type B is going to be the consistent moneymaker for someone to really do an investment property for events in a year. They'd have so many, considering you'd be limited to no more than 30. Like you wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't fill this for enough of the period for it to be worth it. And so I'm just wondering if we're trying to worry about kind of like out-of-state landlords who might be managing a property right now, filling a gap. I see that as less a concern. So I'm just wondering if your concern was applied to both types.
Marcin, you can respond.
Thanks, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think my concern is more the incentive for purchase of property than it is necessarily the holding of property. Folks who currently, I think our STR ordinance currently is pretty strong.
Correct.
My concern is not our current folks operating with an STR. My concern is what is the incentive for an out-of-town operator to buy up housing stock within the community, and is Sundance an incentive? And de-incentivizing that or flat out prohibiting it,
sure,
if we can, is the place I'm trying to get to, if that makes sense.
That does. So Type A, as a reminder, was year-round operations. Yeah. Still short-term, but could be 12 short terms.
Yes.
Or more, 24 and to cover the year. Type B was just for regional event licenses. And Don, am I correct that like we would not be off? You wouldn't have to. We wouldn't have to inherently create apply both license types to everyone. We could say residents only could apply for Type A and Type B, and non-residents could apply for Type B. Right? We could set those parameters. Correct?
You could, yeah. Because currently Type A, as was stated before, is currently only a resident of Longmont can apply for that. Type B, as we're currently proposing it, would have no restrictions. If you want it to be restricted to only City of Longmont residents, we would want to.
So you weren't even proposing. We in this draft, we weren't even looking at changing Type A.
No, I had to rewrite A because of the way the structure was written.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to have standards that applied to everybody, and then to individual Type A and Type B. Whereas before it was all written just for a regular short-term rental.
Sure.
So I had to reorganize it. So that's why it looks like it's a new section, but the Type A stuff is staying the same.
So Type A is what we already have.
Type A is what you already have. We're just calling it, giving it an A. That's it.
License A.
And it's same regulations, same restrictions.
Okay. I know. So if anybody has anything to say, I'll just let the clock run out. but-
Sure.
Yeah.
Because people seem really concerned about the clock.
I know.
I'll move to extend the meeting with no time specifically.
11:20.
Nope. I'm not cutting short. Public invited to be heard at the end. I move to extend.
So we have a motion. Was there a second? Okay, so there is a second. Okay. All those in favor? Let's go ahead and vote on that one.
Thanks, Don.
Thanks for not making me come back.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to make you come back.
Okay.
Okay, so that passes 5-2.
Thank you.
Okay, let's be brief in our comments. Let's kind of wrap it up here. Go ahead. Do you still have the floor, Popkin?
Yes, I'm just thinking of where I'm going with this. So I could be convinced. I think I would lean a little bit more towards Councilmember Marsing's position on keeping this resident only, at least for the first year or two, and kind of seeing what the demand is. If there are people coming and saying, hey, we really want to do this, and then we also get to see how this works just when it's resident only too. And then we're still in the entire driver's seat. We're not reining anything in. We're just deciding if we want to open the door further. So I think I would lean in that direction. I would also, I'm not going to wedding plan the dollar amount for the fee. I would trust that staff could come up with a reasonable fee. I don't really care if it's the same as Boulder or less, or if we think it's justifiable for the time to process this. I do like the idea of allowing for subletting. And I think I like the time and renewal options that are presented, but I'm inclined to also say, like, before we commit on a longer term license, to have a 1 or maybe 2-year trial period before we just allow for kind of carte blanche 4-year thing. So I would lean towards a short-term license. 1 year, I could be convinced to go to 2, but that allows us to kind of refine this as we see what happens, especially with Sundance, which is probably the biggest driver for this, but probably not the only festival that this will apply to. But that's certainly the biggest one that we'll see in the region. And then we get a sense for what the first year or two will look like. That's where I would lean in terms of authorizing this. So I think that would apply to so specific to type B, we would just not allow for the 4-year validity initially. And maybe we'd have a trial period fee as well, so that people aren't overpaying for 1 year. That's I think my general inclination. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that Councilmember Kalkofer has brought to this, and I definitely wanted to apply to ADUs.
Yep, that is time. Okay, and then, so real quick, I would like to see this maybe be a pilot. So it is for this first year. Let's just kind of check it out and see, is it making the impact we want? Is it something that's just become totally unmanageable from staff perspective? Sure. And then I do have a question maybe for Harold, or what would be another major regional event that we have that would kick in something like this? Fireworks?
Music. There's music festivals that happen in the region too. Sorry, I realized my mic was on, so I figured I'd just chime in.
I'm turning you off. So.
I mean, I think if you look at something like at this magnitude, you're thinking of things like a Super Bowl or.
Yeah.
I mean, these are really, really big events, because I think what's driving the need is the number of people that are attending based on the amount of hotel rooms that you have over that period of time. And so I don't know that I've heard from anyone that there's another event that occurs in this area that drives the same challenges in terms of having available rooms. This is driven by number of attendees, not enough hotel rooms.
Yes.
So I would say the threshold's pretty high, because where I don't want to get is it becomes a slippery slope.
Yes.
All of a sudden, well, does this event qualify? Does this event qualify? I would want to make it some kind of metric based on projected attendees and number of hotel rooms to determine whether or not that works. Otherwise, I think then how do you define what's a large event? So I would want to put some thought to what that looks like.
Okay.
The other thing is that I was talking to Eugene, is that if council moved this forward, I would also like, just based on some of the issues we've seen before, is the ability that, like, based on, so when the STR issue initially came up, we were having problems with certain short-term rentals that were generating problems within the community, and almost having the ability for us to eliminate a type B license if it generates calls for service, because that's what created the issue the last time we went in this conversation, was
I remember
the behaviors of people that were renting, that were using an STR, that was really creating a disruption. So that would be something I would want to put in, is at least give staff the ability, based on disturbances, calls for service, we have the ability to terminate that license. And we can work that if council's okay with that. That's just something I'm seeing as an unintended
I would like to see something like that. And then I did hear, as we were getting I got a couple of emails, and, we have a task force. We have a Sundance staff and partners that are working together. And when Councilmember Kalkofer brought this up, he had been in conversations with Visit Longmont and so other business entities. So this is coming up, that it's a need, and we're trying to get ahead of this. I would feel more comfortable if we had some kind of, a pilot, or for something for us to move this forward for this upcoming Sundance Festival, and then have us reevaluate. So nothing that's really codified. Is that reasonable? So, I just want to make sure that is that a reasonable request?
Mayor, I would say
Yes.
that we could change the wording to be 1 year.
1 year.
And then they would only be valid for one total year, right? And only for the event that's designated either by the council or by Harold.
Yes.
And
then
if
afterwards-
we choose that we don't want to do it, we just don't designate another event, and then we come forward with a code revision to strike the sections if we wanted to, creating the
Okay.
B license.
And then if we
And if we
wanted to
wanted to-
continue, then we can look at the 4-year
Correct.
later.
Correct.
I would, since I have the mic right now, I would like it to just be Longmont residents. ADUs for short-term rental, yes. And the subletting piece, I am okay with that, but part of that contract would be, the property owner's approval, their signature or something to eliminate just like slipping these applications in. And I think did I answer all of those 4?
Didn't know if you had any questions on fees.
On fees, no, just whatever staff time is I know these fees are based on, just
Process.
So whatever seems reasonable. If we're looking to go under Boulder, 189, I don't, good with that, okay. Councilmember Prieto.
Price is right.
All right. I'm going to be short and sweet. I like the idea that we control the events that qualify. Type B to include ADUs. I like your idea of the longer time frame, like the 4 years, but starting off like our mayor specified, maybe do a pilot, and then we kind of review every so often. Maybe we can create a survey along with that registration to get feedback so we can improve our process. I do like the resident only, because if it wasn't, how do we monitor and make sure like outside investors aren't just continuing that rental? Multiple licenses is fine if you're a property owner that owns more than one house and wants to rent them out. That's perfect. I don't like the idea, like I do think maybe they can check a box that their landlord approved, but I don't think we have to like get consent or a brand new lease from the landlord. Like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it just creates more barriers for renters, and just because renters can't afford a house and they're not privileged to own a home, that they're put through more barriers. I don't know. It seems it doesn't seem equitable to me. And I'm a renter. And vacations are very expensive. And so if they want to use that money to go to the Bahamas while someone else is vacationing in Longmont, great. But yeah, like, specify, yes, need landlord approval, but we don't need like to be collecting excessive documentation. Let's see. Vacant apartment units does concern me, because I'm concerned that large property owners will hold units and not lease them out the months leading up to the event. So if there's a workaround to ensure that larger apartment buildings are not intentionally trying not to rent, and it just impacts housing stock and availability and impacts families essentially. I don't know what rule or how we could work that out, but I would say no on that one.
Councilmember Prieto and members of council, one of the things that was brought up when we were talking with Barha about this issue was that most of the apartment buildings that are owned by corporations are unfurnished.
That's what I was thinking
And so
too.
Yeah.
the chances, or trying to put myself in this, so I'm going to rent a 2-bedroom apartment for a week to come to Longmont that's unfurnished. Am I gonna also then spend the money to hire somebody to come in and bring furniture in for the week and use it? I don't know at what point being in Longmont and spending that kind of money versus staying in Boulder or another location. I threw it in because I think it was important for you to understand, if we make it open for multiple units, this is a possibility, but unless it's a furnished unit, I just don't know that we're going to see many of the unfurnished units get taken like that. But that's me making assumptions.
Okay.
And again, that would be one of the beauties of the test
Yep.
period, would be to see, you know, Grandview Meadows apartment complex came in and they asked for 50 permits, right? And we go, maybe we have a problem here, right?
Yeah, that's a good
You know,
point.
or maybe we don't. You know, they didn't come in, nobody came in with these large apartment complexes and asked for any.
Great.
And maybe we use that to make a determination. But those were just some thoughts, so sorry.
Perfect. Well, and that's a way to monitor it. And thank you so much for sharing that, because I was like, I don't even know how we would collect the data and understand like if that's happening. And that you're right. Like they would be like multiple units and they would have to furnish them. So I'm open to it in the pilot and then
Okay.
and then just receiving feedback from there. For the fee structure, as long as it supports staff time and resources. I mean, it's, you know, we just got to make sure that it's worth the investment. It's worth that we're not only able to pay for staff and time, but also put a little in our general fund. I don't know where this funding goes, but, you know, and then something different that I thought of was maybe creating criteria to have a qualified safe unit / maybe having fire or other inspectors inspect previous to providing the short-term rental, like making sure we have fire alarms, carbon monoxide alarms,
Yeah.
as a requirement of, and I know it's kind of excessive, but if we're gonna open it up in such a way, we can't guarantee that all landlords or property owners or renters are going to create a safe space for guests coming into the city. And the last thing we want to do is not provide a positive experience for folks coming in
Sure.
to where they wouldn't want to come back.
And Councilmember Prieto, just so you understand our current process and how it currently works, is that people self-certify and we have the right to inspect. So when they come in and make application, they have to state that they've met those requirements that are laid out in the application form, which talk about fire sprinkler, carbon monoxide, or not fire sprinkler, fire alarm, carbon monoxide, I believe fire extinguisher, and they have to self-certify, but it states on there that we have the right to request an inspection and to inspect the property for conformance. So if we want to do a random check on somebody because we don't feel that we have a reason to believe there's an issue, we could. But we also, if we get a complaint from somebody who was renting, we have the right to go in and inspect and pull that permit. So it's that is how it's currently functioning. And knock on wood, today we haven't run
Had
into any
issues.
problems.
Mhm.
No.
Okay, and then my last, I was just thinking like the vendor process, like we're opening up the floodgates and like what vendors are these people gonna use? You know, is it, I don't know, what do you guys use to do short-term rentals? Like
VRBO.
there you go.
or-
I don't
yeah.
vacation apparently.
Mhm.
But like, you know, would we have like specific vendors that we would suggest or?
So right now, we don't. So what would happen in general and how it currently works is that when somebody comes in and they go through our process, before we issue a license, they have to go over to this building and get their sales and use tax license.
Okay.
That license then is entered into our system, and we explain to them in the contract that, or not the contract, but the permit that they get, that it has to be displayed, but it also, their listing is supposed to include our number for our rental license.
Wonderful.
Okay. So now if they use VRBO, Airbnb, any of the others, or if they do it themselves, they're supposed to advertise that they have that license number. The city actually pays a fee to a vendor who goes out on our request, and right now it's done about quarterly, and they do a search of all the online listings in the city of Longmont,
Wow.
check it to see if they've listed that they have their license. It pulls a list for us. Then one of our clerks goes through and compares the list of people that appear to have violated the regulation. And she goes through and double checks to see, because maybe they just didn't put their license number down, or it didn't get pulled through the AI system. They didn't find it. And then she identifies those folks that are in violation, and then code enforcement sends them a letter notifying them that they have not met our requirements, giving them so many days to come in and make application. And then that starts the violation process. So that's, we wouldn't recommend a platform, but whatever they do, we will be looking for units that are not licensed.
Okay, perfect. And I'm assuming they would have to have some popular platform if someone's coming out of state and is looking for, like, they're not going to
Correct.
be able to, like,
Yeah.
yellow page it or something.
They're not going to find my little sheet pinned up at the laundromat saying that I'm renting out my property, right?
Okay, no,
but-
that's very helpful. And then just last recommendation, like maybe setting up a city. There's probably already a page that exists where people can make complaints. Is that correct?
We have an online complaint system through code enforcement, and I thought you were going to go actually about information about it. And we do have an information page that we would supplement with information related to the Type B license for people too.
Okay.
So, and we
Perfect.
could add stuff in there about if you have a concern about one, how do you report it?
Yeah, I think that would be beneficial as well for the city, so that way it would flag it right away, and we're not relying on someone getting through the phone line and contacting staff, and they can just put the address, put the complaint, and then it's just more efficient for our
Okay.
staff.
Great.
Thank you
That
so
is
much.
time.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kalkofer.
I don't think we should allow people to break their leases, because then they
Yeah.
can lose housing. So I think we should make sure that the landlord somehow approves of it somehow. Platforms also have requirements for smoke, fire, safety. So we have the requirements. They also have the requirements to make sure that, you know, if you're renting on these platforms, that there's safety measures in the places. So I move to direct staff to proceed with option 2, incorporating the following. Staff to determine the appropriate fee structure for residents and not available for non-residents. Subletting provisions required written owner consent and explicit lease authorizations. An event designation reporting mechanism back to council. An affordable housing exclusion for type B licenses. ADUs are okay. Multi-units are okay. Formal, sorry, where am I? And then consultation with Visit Longmont and the LTID board prior to second reading, and a program review at 1 year or after 2 major events, whichever comes first, incorporating both what Visit Longmont, the LTDID board, neighborhood residents, and city staff, with recommendations to council for continuity, modifications, or sunset. Also provide staff with the ability to revoke a short-term rental type B permit based on public safety calls.
Seconded.
And I just sent that over to Crystal.
Okay, so, did you get all that? So the motion to direct staff to proceed with the creation of an ordinance with the stated modifications has been made by Councilmember Kalkofer and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Okay, yeah, because I still see the other vote on here. Okay, Councilmember Popkin, if you want to go ahead and speak.
Yes, I was just working through the laundry list that Councilmember Kalkofer so eloquently shared. Did that include allowing staff to just qualify what would count as regional events? Was that in that language? It was part of the discussion, but I didn't recall
I
hearing.
thought you had that in there when we spoke.
Okay, just making sure that
Yeah.
that was in there, because I just don't think we want a wedding plan this. I love that it's catching on. Cool, thank you.
Okay, uh-huh.
I appreciate Councilmember Kalkofer's efforts on this.
Okay, and then Councilmember Prieto.
Sorry, I'm just trying to read through and making sure that Councilmember Kalkofer included everybody's ideas. So is this pre-written, or were you writing other ideas?
He was
You were-
trying to add what we said, adding what we,
So you were adding as well, and it's not just your big
Changing.
idea.
I had something pre-written, but as we were talking.
You were changing. Okay. So if I could just request 1 minute to read through this and make sure it includes everything.
yeah, let's, yeah, but then it would also, if you add it in there, and then if there are a majority of council who don't agree with that, then,
That's fine. Let me look at it first. And
oh, you want to look at this, so you might not add.
And make sure we're not missing anything before we move forward.
Okay.
So I do have a question.
Okay, put your mic on, please.
So for the landlord written consent, that seems fine, but you mentioned that you don't want anybody breaking leases, and if they already have an established lease, they would have to sign a new lease with this in it. Do you understand how that's still creating a new lease and could create potential issues for renters having to sign a whole other lease?
No, so okay, so I think about my lease.
Well, this
It
is-
has that we can't sublet. However, if I work with my landlord and that the landlord agrees to that, we just have something documented, having them sign that they have agreed to amend
I
or
get
give
that,
me
but
permission.
that's not what this says.
So, so if they sign something, so where are you at on
It
what
says
line?
subletting provisions
Just
requiring
written
written
cons-
owner consent
yes.
and explicit lease authorization. So maybe taking that out and of just written owner consent, maybe they can attach their lease and owner contact information, so they're not having to re-sign a new lease. Do you understand?
Yeah, because how I read into that is that they've kind of given permission for me to amend or not, to be able to sublet. So, I don't know, would it be easier to just take that language out? The explicit lease authorization.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
And so, yes, go ahead.
So this is a point of parliamentary procedure. There is a motion and a second.
Yes.
And so unless there is a change that is requested that is accepted by the original motioner.
And that's what I'm working towards.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get there.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get us there. So-
I'm not reminding you, Mayor. I'm reminding the rest of council here
Yes,
just on
okay.
where we are given the time of day it is.
Okay.
So just wanted to note that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Harold, you look like you're
I think
on the verge of saying something.
well, no, I think the concept that I'm hearing in this is that almost every when you have a lease with a renter, you don't allow them to sublet their spaces. So they have to have explicit permission from the landlord to be able to sublet the property.
So that's that authorization part.
Correct.
It's not rewriting a whole lease. It's just saying, I give you permission to break this part of your lease to
And-
allow in this window of time for this specific event.
And some landlords may do a short-term addendum to the lease to allow that, which is, I think, then looks like a new lease, but it's not. It's a short-term addendum. And I think those are the legal issues. If conceptually we have it, that's where we need to work it with
Yeah.
with the attorneys. Because there's
I
so many
think that
different
should be
ways
there.
that can be done by landlord.
Okay. Oh, and now we have the growing list.
So that
okay.
makes sense. So under explicit lease authorization, an addendum would count as such.
Mayor and council, E.G. May, city attorney. So this is a private lease between the landlord and the tenant. I don't think the city should be getting in the middle of that lease. How they do it is, I think you want to owner consent or acknowledgement, but then it's up to the owner and the tenant to work out the details.
Okay. I just don't want the city to get, I don't want the city to get in the middle of, well, you allowed my tenant to do this. And so if just requiring a written owner consent is sufficient.
That would seem
That's
sufficient.
fine.
I think
Okay.
you want to know that the owner understands this is happening.
Okay.
And authorizes it.
Yes.
Okay.
Agree.
Councilmember Popkin.
I appreciate what Councilmember Pareto is trying to accomplish here, and I think, yes, we don't want to make it cumbersome, but I think I want to remind you all of two things. One, yes, we're creating a pilot here, but the goal is to ideally roll this into what could be a decade-long, if not longer, effort. And so, like, people renew leases usually on an annual basis. And so that's when it could very easily be folded into not having to break a lease or change a lease, but just like when you renew your lease or sign a new lease, then you just have an addendum or you have this becomes more commonplace. That's the first thing. Secondly, I think we want to be really careful that we don't create a situation where, in the spirit of efficiency or convenience, we run into a situation where it's a he said, she said situation where someone said, oh, my landlord gave consent, and they write up a note and it wasn't legit. I would want this to be in a lease or an addendum that is legally binding. I don't think you want to run amok with this, at least in the first couple of years, and frankly, probably not at all, because that runs into housing issues and very significant legal issues very quickly, and I don't think we want to go down that rabbit hole.
Okay.
I support the current direction where this is, and I do think we want explicit lease authorization.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Question for staff, including our phenomenal city attorney. First of all, I'm sitting here thinking exactly what Councilmember Popkin was thinking about. Okay, I want to sublet my place. My landlord lives out of state, out of the country, whatever. Can't get a hold of him. I'm going to write a letter, give it to the city. Here you go, sublet my place, right? I trust folks not to do that, although you never know. There's a thought that comes to mind, which is, okay, do we allow or do we require staff verification at some level, and that places a burden on staff, making phone calls for every time or whatever, right, to whatever degree. And then, so that's the first piece, is like, how would, if we were to remove the lease piece, the actual evidentiary signed lease addendum, what have you, how would we verify? And so that's a process question. And then the second is, I think, for CAO, which would be, how comfortable are you generally with us reviewing, navigating, taking in lease? Because I hear the concern there. So I'm trying to navigate that.
Mayor and council, this sublet thing seems fraught. Like, is a landlord going to want their tenant to profit on subleasing their thing for Sundance? I wouldn't really want to do that if I was a landlord. But no, I don't want to be reviewing leases and addendums, and it's not my issue.
Yeah.
It's their issue. We just are trying to verify property landlord consent. And as Don explained, we do self-certification for STRs.
Is there, sorry, Mayor, is there,
And then complaint.
is there any liability, just I know I'm throwing this at you, on the city side, understanding this is a private relationship, right? If someone rents an STR from a subletter that later finds out they didn't have permission to rent, are we in any way theoretically liable for that if we haven't gone through authorization?
You know, it's hard to answer questions hypothetically without anything.
Of course.
Here, you know, we're issuing a short-term license, an STR license, and we rely on self-certification. How things play out in the future, you know, I don't know what crazy things could happen in a sublet situation. That's why I say it's fraud.
Legally speaking, though, that would be a dispute between tenant landlord, not between tenant city landlord, most likely.
That's what I would say.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they're not going to sue the city. You can sue whoever you want.
I know that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think what I was going to say is, if we have the concept right,
Okay.
I think giving us a chance to look through it, because there's an operational piece that I frankly don't want to be on the backside of, where something is not correct and now we're between a landlord and a tenant operationally on the issue. I don't think, if we can have some time to figure out what is the best mechanism to do this, if we have the concept right, If we can then take some time to think through that a little bit to figure out what is the mechanism. Spitballing here, have the landlord notarize a form that says we agree to it, just so there's a check in there. Maybe a simple answer. I just think we're trying to build it right now, and I don't know that
Yeah.
we need to put some thought to this.
I think that's a good idea. And, I don't want this discussion to go as long as Sundance would last and how long these people would be staying in these spaces. So, Councilmember Kalkofer?
Thank you, Mayor. And I do want this to be pretty restricted to the start. We hear from residents that they don't, particularly like this. This is something that Sundance is, looking for and Visit Longmont's looking for. I'd like it to be tight to begin with, and then we can expand on it later. If staff wants us to remove the explicit lease authorization, I'm okay with that, but this is going to first reading, so you all can come up with a recommendation on first reading. And if you want to look at that and you're like, hey, that's a hard no, then I'm okay with you coming back and saying, hey, we looked at this. We don't want to get into the middle of that fight. We suggest taking it out. But I want to leave it here because I want there to be some pretty strict guardrails, because I want to make sure that we're doing this thoughtfully, and I want us to make sure that we're looking at this for a year. So I'd like to call the vote.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. Nobody else is in the queue. So, no one's in the queue. So we can just go.
Bring this back and work out the bugs, so it's not.
Yeah, no.
Exactly for.
Okay, so that carries unanimously. We are now on to, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yeah, go to bed. Get your Z's in. Okay, we are now on to item C, 2026 legislative bills recommended for city council position. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager.
Hello, Mayor Hidalgo Faring and members of council. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager, with your last legislative update, barring anything else.
For the season?
They're
or
scheduled
yes?
to adjourn sine die, or sine die, on May 13th, so there won't be another update in between. So assuming that everything goes as planned, this would be the last one. So today I have one bill for your consideration, Senate Bill 26-172, concerning the Front Range Passenger Rail District. This is a bill that basically narrows the district to where it's going to be running. So I think originally Front Range Passenger Rail kind of had this big, not sure exactly where it was going to go, but as we've been able to, as they have been able to define that better, this actually just takes the district down to where it will literally be. So I put in some information from Sal Pace kind of describing that process. The only other thing that the bill does is it designates the Colorado Secretary of State as the certifying election official and clarifies that county clerks won't need to do this as part of their coordinated election because this district is in multiple counties. So that actually helps save some money by doing it as part of the state election if they were to take something to a vote. So since transportation, particularly Front Range Passenger Rail, is a priority for the council, staff recommends that the council support Senate Bill 172.
So I do move to, I do move to, so considering now I'm the point person for Boulder County, okay. So, yeah, I move that we support Senate Bill 2026, and that motion has been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. So, okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the aspect of the sub-district elections, and if there's any more detail, Sandy, that you have on that at this time.
As far as, so I think that this is a district, right, and you're talking about, so if they were to do some sort of an election or do bonding or something to that effect, this really narrows who that group is at this point? Is that what your question is?
Yeah, and if they've outlined a process on how that's going to work, are we responsible now for running a sub-district election for?
No, I think that's what the clarification is that the state would run any election as a statewide election section rather than having it go through each of the county clerks as a coordinated election.
I think what they're trying to anticipate is there may be a point where there's a total cost for the project that applies to the entire district, but there may be cost associated with portions of the district that are specific to an area, which allows them to break it up and do that.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in dissent. Okay, we are now on to final call, public invited to be heard. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? Come on down. Okay, and you will have 3 minutes.
My friend Eve just went to the bathroom and she'll be back. Good evening. My name's Marie Nicholson Hutt. I'm here to speak out against the.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right, sorry. Good evening. I'm here to speak out against the awfulness that came to light through CNN's March 26th article exposing a global rape academy. I am a fairly normal, typical person. Among my women friends that I know, everyone has had some type of sexual assault that I know of. After 4 years of therapy, I now understand I am also a survivor of domestic violence and a marital rape survivor. My ex-husband was well-regarded, charming, extremely generous, and someone people could count on. He's a pretty amazing guy on the outside. However, in the home, our marriage, it was a different story. The night my ex-husband was arrested, our world came crashing down, and after the police and firefighters left, a volunteer that works with the victim advocates came over and talked with me. I credit her for saving my life and likely my children's lives. Her words were powerful. She understood, and she got through to me on the worst night of my life. I want to thank her and all the volunteers that give so much and have a huge impact in our community. These guys are unpaid, and they do this every night, and they are just amazing people. So I know that we have lots of budget shortfalls and everything, but I'm coming here to ask you on behalf of the 50% of women that live in this city, like the 50% of the population being women, to please continue to support Levi, the Safe Shelter of St. Vrain Valley, and also just continue to acknowledge the amazing victim advocates that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing that with us. Do we have anyone else in the audience who wish to speak? No? Okay. Come on. Yes.
Turn that off.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Mayor, and
Yes.
do I just speak right
Yes,
into this?
go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Eve Stratton Sheldon. I am a Longmont resident, and I would just like to speak a little bit more on what my friend Marie had to say. I think in the mashup of really concerning and disturbing headlines that we're seeing every day, one of the most concerning and disturbing might be the increasing violence toward women and girls. Maybe it's not so much increasing as awareness is increasing. And like Marie said, we have some really great resources in our city, one of them being Levi. And I am concerned, like Marie said, we have budget shortfalls. Let me look at my notes. So as government funding is cut for social programs, local, state, and federal, how do you plan for Levi to be protected and prioritized, and even more importantly, maybe made a top priority? And how far-reaching is Levi in the community currently, and how are you gauging impact? They came to the school I teach at last year, and they're wonderful. And also, so far, the City of Longmont has made no public statements, resolutions, or formal positions regarding the CNN's Rape Academy news article. And I would like to see us take a public stance. And I would like that stance to be related to the social programs that we already have in place here. So, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Nope. Okay. Oh, okay. Come on down. One more.
Real quick, I promise.
I know.
I just wanted to take off my activist hat and put on my therapist hat, and really encourage you guys to please fund the library and the library programs. I work with teens, and please help them. Please give them all of the help that they can. They are really being left out to dry at this point. So any community spaces that they can be in, that they are supposed to be in, you have to give them a place to go. If you give them a place to go, they will go and they will be safe. So please continue to provide those spaces for our teens because they need it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we are now on to mayor and council comments. Do we have any comments from council? Okay, of course. Councilmember Popkin?
Oh, you can let, okay, fine.
You're already on. Go first.
I just wanted to say, in honor of what was it, Compost Awareness Month that we designated earlier, Mayor, you and I had a conversation last fall with the previous council, and I believe we were talking about revisiting the rates and kind of waste rates and the use, how we're using our fees there. So just wanted to note that I don't know if that's coming up in the budget discussions. Is it going to come up earlier, or is it separate? I'm seeing Becky nod that it's separate. So I'll take that as an indicator that that's going to be a separate conversation. So great. Glad to hear that we're going to think about the alignment of goals there. I appreciate the community comments on third spaces and just other places. We heard that from our council retreat as well. And there was one more thing, and why am I forgetting that right now? Last week the Planning and Zoning Commission had a second meeting of the month, which isn't always typical, but I think will be for a couple months coming up because there are quite a few different projects. This was not project-based. This was actually a recommendation on a policy item that followed direction from council regarding prairie dogs last fall and updating our ordinance and code on that. If you are new to that topic or do not remember the discussion and previous presentations on that topic, I would highly encourage you to check out the Planning and Zoning Commission's recorded hearing on that. They spent 2.5 hours discussing that. You probably don't have to watch all of it, or you can watch it at like 1.5x speed. But they worked through a lot of different code topics and questions at the request of a citizen-led initiative. And so I really want to encourage people to sit with that, especially if you get lost in details sometimes or struggle with like really complex land use code. The Planning and Zoning Commission did a really thoughtful job of navigating that. So I just want to put that on your agenda, on your radar. It would have been from the 22nd of April if you try to find that Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. And I think it starts like an hour and a half into that meeting. So just wanted to put that on everyone's radar.
Before you turn that off, did they discuss the polygon, the concave? And
They did.
Okay, I will
Yep.
be watching.
Yep, they discussed that, and they left complete discretion to council to set the specific fees.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be fairly quick with this. I just wanted to respond to some things that I received, and I think a number of members of council received over the last couple of days regarding a fairly treasured community asset that I have enjoyed for several decades, and that my two young boys actually enjoyed yesterday when we, speaking of the library, visited the library, and I'm speaking of the model train set that is in the children's section of the library. I know that this may seem, I have fond memories, as I think many in our community do, of that model train set. And I think there was some in conversation with staff and some other things, some conversation got a little bit ahead of what has been in the works and planned, which has been an ongoing and longstanding conversation between both the Railroad Club and the library about how we move forward and best leverage that space. I know, Mayor, you've heard a lot of the conversation around this for a long time. And as just somebody who, my initial gut reaction, I think, was much the same as a lot of community members was, which is, oh my goodness, no, right? Because that is such, I think there's some core memories. My kids were there yesterday. Love that thing, right? Thomas the Train Engine coming around over and over again. And those are things that help us build community. I do want the public to know that there is a plan in the works to make sure that little community treasure can be celebrated, appreciated, and ultimately, as it is, eventually retired, to be replaced with another train model that will reflect Longmont, that will reflect our community, some history. Yes, it'll be a little bit smaller, but I think ultimately will serve a lot of the same purpose. So I wanted to just mention that because I know I freaked out about it. A lot of folks in our community did as well. And conversation with staff, to their credit, really helped me understand the broader picture here, as it very often does. So I look forward to the next several months of it being there, being able to enjoy it and celebrate it, and ultimately send it off after several decades of good service.
So, and, you know, I also want to, you know, provide a little bit of history. When I was on the library board, there was a very heated discussion around this among the board members. So it was very thoughtful, and there were hard decisions that had to be made. You know, like our public that came forward, we don't have space for the library. We need it. We had it on the ballot. I'm like, come on, guys, because we do need these spaces. We have outgrown the library, and that is a place that provides free access to books, to programming, to education in a time when those, you know, books are being banned, schools are being closed, you know. So yes, I agree, you know, that sentimental. My son, he loved that train when he was little. He's on the spectrum, and he was like trying to pull him away from there. It was crazy. But, you know, it's also trying to accommodate the need to have these spaces for programming for our youth. So, you know, these are welcome to city council.
Yeah.
Because these decisions are tough and nobody's happy. So I'm just gonna say that, throw that out there.
I think my only point in the comment, Mayor, and I appreciate that context, was public's been heard. I think a lot of the gut reaction for those, this will be celebrated.
That is
and
important.
Yeah.
And, you know, don't think that we're trying to dismiss it. It's, you know, we're also trying to look at a myriad of different problems that we're trying to hash out. So, you know, I just had to get that out.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I look forward to enjoying it for a few more months.
Yes.
So
Council Member Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to let you know that the Water Board adopted and will be recommending to City Council a mild response to the drought scenario. They label the drought as the same as in 2002. And the city will be reducing their water use by 10% on golf courses and such. Also, May 1st, individuals can begin watering their lawn, because that's typical time to turn on your water. Thanks to the library board members for making the public and the council aware of the ebook availability dilemma. And in the meantime, library lockers are available now on the east side at Lashley Station and on the west side at the Ascent until we find more space for a library.
Yes. Thank you for that. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to give a brief update on two things. Sustainability Board met with the sustainability staff and kind of walked through some items on how to make that board more effective, and a clear takeaway is that the SAB's highest value is providing sustainable lens on projects that council is already looking at. Reviewing these projects early, coordinating with the other boards that they affect, and feeding that feedback back to council in a useful way. Right now, projects often arrive to the SAB too late for them to make meaningful input. I'd like to advocate for clear expectations that relevant projects come to SAB early in the process, so that their expertise can actually be baked into the decision rather than arriving after as an afterthought. Hopefully we'll have more specifics as we start to figure out the broader board structure conversation. Mm-hmm. And then timely, for some odd random reason, I did a ride along with Waste Services, and we did a compost route through Ward 3. I have an enormous respect for the staff that does that job every day, navigating our tight alleys, maintaining contamination issues in real time, and doing it with professionalism. I also came across concrete takeaways like bin placements. It's really important that we keep our bins far apart so it's easy for them to do. Mm-hmm. And also contaminants. Don't wish cycle. Don't put things in compost that you wish were compostable, because if you do that, the guy has to jump into the truck and fish everything out. And I actually witnessed that, and it was not pleasant. So I'd like to encourage, our neighbors to do the right thing and I'm also encourage everybody on staff to educate the community on composting and also recycling contaminant as well. We don't want our employees having to jump into the trash truck to collect things that we wish would be compostable or recyclable. So thank you all.
Great. Thank you. And so I just wanted to let public know that this Saturday at Roosevelt Park is Cinco de Mayo, as well as at Erie High from 4 to 8 is the Indian American New Year event. So as we're, building a community of culture and celebration, if anyone is in that area, go ahead and check them out. So, and that's all I have. City manager remarks?
No comments, Mayor, Council.
City attorney remarks?
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to adjourn? Seconded. All those in favor? Aye, we are adjourned.